good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you happen to be watching or listening to this, I want to welcome you to the latest episode of the Gaming Circle podcast. The podcast where, instead of being on the screen, he's in my text mentions telling me he is joining momentarily. But we'll get into that. I am your host, Mr. K. Asante, TKO Asante on your Xbox, your PlayStations, your X.coms, all the places that we end up communicating and having such great conversations. And today, I am joined by one of the first of the Overlords, ladies and gentlemen, Infinite AI. What's going on, good sir? Good morning.
Compute, AI, boot, beep, boop, 3200.
Is this how Infinite Umbra introduces himself? Usually we get that smoothness. Come on now.
I am waiting for ChatGPT to increase my AI load to speak.
There you go.
Pause. No, Kay, it's a pleasure as always to be here in the presence of kings like yourself and Everborn. You already know what it is. And yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. Good morning, everybody. I for one, welcome our AI overlords. That's why I've changed my name now.
Yeah. Infinite AI. That's right.
Exactly. I personally welcome them, because it seems like it's about to take. I've been watching some of these demos. I know it's going to be one of our main topics, so I'm not going to say too much. And we spoke a bit in the green room, and it's just amazing when you see how far we've come. And I guess technology, but it's also scary too.
Oh yeah. We are going to talk about it. That's why, so myself and Everborn, when this whole thing started becoming a thing, and this whole in-world stuff has been bubbling in the background for a long time, right? You hear it happening in the background for some time, but of course, when the two, sometimes $3 trillion company makes an announcement, all of a sudden it's on Front Street. So it is definitely a topic of conversation. There are some interesting things going on in that space, but yeah. Them announcing their partnership seems to have triggered something in the community. A lot of talk about it. We'll dissect it because I feel like it requires some thought. Myself and Everborn ended up in conversations where we ended up talking about things like horseshoe makers. If you understand what I'm saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is the world that we are, right? You talk about horseshoe makers and their plight.
Yeah.
So yes. It's gonna get super interesting today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. I mean, it is really interesting. And I wonder to what point, where it comes to this, where, I guess the workers behind these types of things, where they're affected. That's the thing I look at, So it is interesting. I'm looking forward. For me, I'm learning more about this every day, and I looked up into a lot of this that you helped to provide links for. So I'm actually looking to learn a lot today. I'm going to give thoughts, but I definitely want to learn and absorb some knowledge from you. And I'm sure the chat is, are much the same because it's kind of new to us in a way. But I imagine in the next 10 years, we'll all be pretty accustomed to it.
Absolutely. And it's new to us all, right? We're all learning as we go. We're learning, we're grabbing so much data and ingesting so much interesting things, both the scary stuff and the mind-blowing, seemingly magic stuff that's out of nowhere left field. But speaking of out of nowhere left field, as he wants to do, the man who you've been waiting for all day, ladies and gentlemen, it's early, but he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the kneeless one, Everborn Saga. Good morning, sir. How you doing? If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Uh-oh. Sir, are you around?
His AI is still being booted up.
Yeah, his AI. We will leave him to beep boop beep and get into it. For now, I'll leave him on the screen. But yes, I think we should have a more nuanced conversation because as I'm sure you've seen, there's been a lot of FUD thrown around. Oh, there he is. I hear you. What's going on?
Okay, man? No. My audio and everything was all discombobulated.
Yes.
Technical difficulties, people.
No worries, sir. No worries. We'll get to you in a moment. But yes, Umbra, it is great to have you here as the collector of the Unreal 5 checks. Your conversation here will be very useful because Unreal is really at the forefront of a lot of this tech as well, right? And we're seeing a lot of that come to fruition. We've seen a lot of exciting things about what small teams can do with it now.
Would you call what Umbra gets paid Sweeney bucks?
Sweeney Bucks. That is hilarious. It's different than the Gabe Bucks. You know what I mean?
Unreal dollars.
Unreals.
Yeah, unreals like Brazilian money. There you go.
That's right.
Well,
Unreals.
I'm gonna be on the Gabe Noel payroll today, so when we talk about that.
Yes, sir. There's gonna be some
Oled,
Gabe Bucks
let
being
Let
spread
me wait
around.
my turn.
Yeah.
But okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see so many fine folks in the chat already. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I say please hit that like button, because if I didn't say that, I would not be a good YouTube host. I say if you haven't hit the like button, please do. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. We love these great conversations on a Saturday morning. Get you ready for your gaming weekend. There's a lot going on this weekend, but this show specifically, I want to laser focus a little bit. So just so you guys know, you've seen us, those who've been watching this show for a while, you've seen us. We've been playing around with the format a little bit. This week, keeping the topics small, right? If you guys have something in the chat or on the panel that you go, come on, we need to talk about this, of course you bring it up. This is a community-focused show. We will definitely do that. We're also keeping the panel members a little small, so more folks can have a chance to, get their bars off and really deep dive into this topic that has been galvanizing the community in one way or another. But of course, before we get into it, let us recognize some of the great folks that are in the chat. And of course, as usual, Mr. Gerald Mack in here early with a $5 super chat saying #Graybeard's the foundation of gaming. Xbox is on fire. PlayStation is burning. Not the same Xbox order. Order is fully operational. Now, so Gerald, I appreciate you, sir. And you say that. And I want to expound on that one of these days, right? And maybe this is a conversation that we can have when you are back on the show with us, because it's been a while since you've joined us. I would love for you to join us again. I want to talk about, as you keep talking about, right? Today, and we've seen numbers and all of this, today, the numbers look a certain way and it paints a certain picture. I want to talk about the 5-year plan, but that's not today's show. That's not today's show. Every time you put that out, I'm always thinking so interesting. He's like, PlayStation is burning. So in the next 5 years, do we see PlayStation actually burn? Do we actually see, those are the things that just makes my brain go to. But thank you for being here, sir. I'm going to put a pin in that one because I want you to be here when we have that conversation. Umbra, what are your thoughts, man? Just real quick,
Yeah, because he say, I feel you on that, Mac. But they say that, but our Hoove brothers will point to PlayStation having one of their most historic quarters this year, ever.
Exactly.
So,
yes.
I don't know. I guess
it's an interesting, it's an interesting place we find ourselves. I mean, I for one am happy that they find themselves that they see that they're on the back foot, because that means they have to innovate, and innovation always brings about really interesting things for us, the consumer. So I'm looking forward to it, right? And then of course, the lore master, not to be outdone, he's here. Pixelbit G with a $2 super chat. Good morning, sir. He says Xbox is the Borg. Resistance is futile. Welcome, sir.
One of us. One of us.
So, we're going to start this show as we always do. But you know what? Before we do, let me ask you, sir, Mr. Everborn Saga, you're a little late to the game. You joined us midstream. How you doing this morning, sir? How's things going? By the way, Everborn, guess who rolled credits on Starfield?
So you're
What's new with you, sir? Hey now. That is spoilers.
No. That's not a spoiler. You're a Starborn. And guess what? What's that? You're still not an Elden Lord, but I won't hold it against you.
If I wanted to be an Elden Lord, sir, I would be an Elden Lord.
But you're not.
You know what? I will beat that game just to shut you up. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? I'm at the very last level. Yes. I could just go back and beat it and then go, can you be quiet?
Let's see if you could do that 2-stage boss.
Lord help us. Okay, yeah, keep going.
No, but I am good. I do have this thing, what we're gonna talk about, but I will say, because one of the topics today is how to handle fatigue in one of the greatest years of gaming.
Yes, sir.
And so that's going to be fun to talk about. But I will say, I went back to Diablo 4 last night.
I heard you. Yeah. How's that?
I did not have the same feeling that I was telling you about.
Okay.
Maybe Diablo 4 is the one I
Is the
need
cure?
to. It could be.
Okay,
It could be.
okay.
It's just the way they handle sound effects and the right crunch to killing the undead. It's
There's
just,
a zenness to that cycle, that moment
yeah,
to
and
moment. Yes.
it's also
you
also
blink and it's
there's a
3 a.m.
deep,
You know.
right. Yeah, no, that's what happened. I started at 9 and I looked and it was
Yeah,
1
you
in the
blink
morning,
and it's 3
right?
a.m. Absolutely.
But the thing about it is just the way the game is designed. It's like this deep world with deep lore and very complex builds and all that. But at the end of the day, you're kind of just mashing the A button and then using your power-ups. And
it's a very basic
simple
combat
enough
style, but it just works so well. And
you're right. You pick up and go. I'm a barbarian. I'm not a necromancer.
Yeah.
So maybe it gets more complex, but it's
Okay.
just it's right what I needed. I'm immersed in the world, but it's super easy to pick up. I put it down. I didn't have to do the whole onboarding thing to learn what buttons do and what this and that does again. And I'm just hunting for Lilith and killing zombies. That maybe this is the palate cleanser.
Could it be because you're still in the quote unquote early stages that had you jumped in post campaign, it might have been a bit more complicated? Because I found to be the case for me in the last one. Like I beat the campaign and then I let it sit for like 6 months, and then some seasons happened and I came back in and I'm just like, now they have wraiths and they have these like they added so much to the post game that it was just too much for me, at least in the last one.
But I have no interest in the post game.
No,
right? No. I'm gonna finish the campaign and then I'm just gonna be done and move on to the next.
I feel you. Okay.
But no, and that's a recent occurrence. But I have been going through some things which we'll talk about.
That's right. Before we get into the show proper, let me thank the man Hargeet Chani in here with a $5 super chat, and he is speaking some facts, ladies and gentlemen. He says Everborn needs to get on camera. We need to collect those knees in 4K. Ooh, boy. Yes, sir.
You can't catch a break, huh, Everborn?
Can't catch a break.
Yes. You know, I am being magnanimous here, but the chat's coming for. I know Joanna Dark is coming.
We don't have official numbers yet, so there are no knees owed. We don't know what the Sonic numbers are. So I don't know who came here.
I'm gonna continue to let it ride.
But you're not getting them.
I'm going to continue to let it ride until there's just nowhere for him to escape. And then in which case the chat will just eat him like food.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. And we don't have official Sonic numbers.
Yes.
So you will be waiting at least another week. We'll see what happens. I can still pull this thing.
Yeah,
I can still pull it out the hat.
Pause. You know?
So you get to hold on to your knees for a little while. I mean,
for a little while.
Not so bad though, Everborn. I mean,
exactly.
If you lose your kneecaps, you get to, rest and play Diablo more. So.
Right. I have errands to run today, and my knees will be useful to run those errands. I got to go to Costco and things like that. So
Okay. Yes. Sith Lord, $2 super chat. Some of the best guys and AI all in one place. Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate you. But okay. Let us get into this show proper as we always do. And of course, we're talking about some of the games that we've been playing. And first and foremost, obviously you see on your screen, for me, still a bunch of palette cleansers. I'm still enjoying what you're seeing here. I'm still enjoying RoboCop. If you haven't played it, it is far better than most people think. It's quite good. And in the sea of monster titles left and right, it's surprising that this game is on people's radar. I expected it not to be because it's just really good, but we are where we are with it in gaming these days. But more and more I hear people enjoying it and liking it. So yeah, I'm playing it in between Starfield, which I finished last night, and a few other games that I'm playing in between as well. But Mr. Infinite AI, you bought these games. We see you out there on them streets. What is keeping you busy this week?
A bunch of things, actually. I've been dipping and dabbling and dipping into a few other things. So I started up on Modern Warfare 3. So I wanted to see what all the hubbub was about with all these 4 out of 10s and all of that. The game is gorgeous still. I still love a lot of what they're doing visually and with the sound. And so I've only done a campaign. I'm going to try out zombie mode later on with a few of the friends and such like that. But yeah, I still hold true that I think that a 4 out of 10 for a working game, fully functional, great sound, great visuals, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't see how you can come to that reasonably. I can see if you can say that, hey, it's a 6, it's not good, it should, it's average, whatever. But 4, when I hear 4, you may as well told me the game was a 2 out of 10 because it just sounds like it's broken at that point. So a bit of that. What were we gonna say, Everborn?
No. I said what's broken is the record of us pointing out time and time again how these review score systems are broken. I just it's like, again, they're completely arbitrary.
Yeah.
Like, completely. Now, let me ask you a question, right? In any other year, like, is this the worst COD campaign of all time?
From what I've played, no.
Now, Charlie Intel says it's one of the best since Black Ops, but IGN and Gaming Bolt, or whoever they are, say that they say that the multiplayer is horrible. But again, I need to warn everyone, and I keep saying this, right? And we keep falling for it. They saw the engagement they got for trashing Starfield.
So true.
In the score. And everybody went there to comment on it. Everybody's retweeting them to call them out. And guess what? They got all the traffic they needed. And so why not give Call of Duty a 4? Because they know that the Xbots are going to come after them and give them all the traffic they want.
And then
we fall for it every.
I don't give them any traffic anymore. I don't give them any traffic anymore. But you're right about that. But then on top of us Xbots doing it, you're gonna have our Who brothers jumping in too to combat us and say, "No, the game is trash." Let them worry about
Bungie, right? Don't worry. I can't speak for them. I'm just
saying, like, it'll be increased traffic because of both us and our Who brothers jumping in, so they know exactly what they're doing. I think it's a bit of the Xbox tax. I think it's a bit exaggerative talk, and I agree with you. The more I've come to see that, when the rankings of score system, the more I started to see, like, yeah, maybe we just need to get a recommend or not recommend, because I do see what you mean. At the end of the day, it carries so much weight in a lot of ways that sways things, and possibly for the detriment to what we're doing here in gaming. But I'll say this, like, the worst Call of Duty I've ever played that made me stop was Call of Duty Ghost. That I thought was pure trash.
And that got a 6 or 7 by most outlets back then. When this whole Call of Duty 3 thing came out, I checked. That's considered the worst, and that did not get as bad of a score as this did. Yeah.
That's crazy to me, because Ghost was pure garbage. And I'm looking at it. IGN gave that an 8.8 out of 10.
There you go.
So I'm amazed by that. I thought that campaign was pure, like, Bruckheimer nonsense type stuff. Like, it made no sense. It was pure America. Like, America, that's all it was. America running around, and it was dumb. But from what I've played so far, this is highly polished. Now, there is something to be said about it being done within 16 months compared to 3 years. But I have my sneaking suspicion they did this, to get this out of the way, to, get that contract with Sony done. So that's my thinking on it. But I've heard nothing but praise from people.
It's that 10th album from LL Cool J, right? It's that 10th album, right? He had a bad deal. Album number 10. Let's squirt that out real quick. Pause. I feel you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
I do want to say just about, so, I think this highlights the problem of the yearly release schedule. And I know they would lose a lot of money, and I know there's a lot of people that are not paying attention to IGN at all. And they are just like everyone every year buys Madden, 2K, and FIFA, or whatever it's called now. They buy Call of Duty. It's just one of those things that it's an event. It's a tradition every year.
New hamburgers, fries, and a shake.
Right?
Yes.
So, I don't know if they can disrupt that, but I think this is just going to be the case when you have yearly releases. It's the same as, if you upgrade your Galaxy phone or your iPhone, every year, it's very hard to see the differences, and it seems like they're selling you the same thing,
Yep.
but no one's telling you got to update every year, right? If you go into COD and you move it to a 2-year cycle or a 3-year cycle, and you have 3 teams working on it, that one gives them time to work on other things, and then they can have more meaningful changes. But for me, it's like, what do you expect? You just got one of these last year. It's a DLC. Although I want to know if all the people that fought back against Miles Morales being a DLC are going to call this a DLC. Slow-mo. But
yeah,
he said slow-mo. Wow.
You got to name sometimes.
So he's here for the smoke this morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, go ahead.
The other thing I do want to, and maybe this is so I wanted to play Modern Warfare 3, but I said let me buy Modern Warfare 2 because this is like a direct sequel.
And
right?
now, ladies and gentlemen, based on the conversation we've had, myself and Everborn Saga, here comes Everborn Dan Stapleton. Continue, sir. What score would you give that?
Yeah. A 0, but but it is people were mad about a splash screen on the Xbox where you could just press X to get away from it.
Yeah,
they literally go into Modern Warfare 2 right now if you bought it back then and try to get back to the campaign, see what happens to you. I'll talk to you in 10 minutes because that's how long it's going to take you to find it.
It's so hard to get back to the campaign. They're gonna offer you a microtransaction to skip to the end, and you'll probably pay for it.
and then the menu makes no sense, and everything they're doing is just saying, "Hey, did you know Modern Warfare 3 was out? Did you know you could buy that? Did you know you could get this map pack with Nicki Minaj? Did you know that you could get this Snoop Dogg skin? Hey, what about this? Did you see that?" Literally, I have a 90-second video just trying to get to the campaign from starting the thing. This is after it loaded up, right? It's actually disgusting. And then when I finally found the campaign, I was so frustrated. I was angry at the campaign, didn't really want to play it. So I don't know if it's that way because I have to see a year's worth of updates. But even if that's the case, there's no like clear intuitive way to get back to the campaign. It's not like right there to continue. You got to go through a bunch of menus and it's hidden so that you look at the other stuff that you can buy on the way. It's like the Costco methodology. They talked about this where this is a thing, right? They move where everything is in Costco every week so that they call it the treasure hunt methodology, right? So when you come in there, you can't just go and say, oh, I need milk, eggs, and toilet paper, because they could be in completely opposite sides of the store. Now you get in there and you have to look for it, and then when you look for it, you say, oh, look at this thing, it's on sale, or oh, I need 48 air fresheners, right? So but then you go and you pick things up, and I feel like that's what they're doing in what do you call it? And I hate it, and it's disgusting. And I'm not I'm not being hyperbolic. It's actually terrible.
Let me ask a question to you and to the chat. Okay, when he brought this up, and I've spoken to him about this in the past. When he brought this up, I thought, hey, this is basically the same symptoms that I saw. The reason why I stopped playing Naraka Blade Point, the reason why I stopped playing Fall Guys, the reason why I saw, like, I forget the recent free to play
Animals?
Party Animals, exactly. Party Animals. There's the Penguin one, all really fun, interesting games, but their UI is literally the Fortnite UI, where it's like it's a tabbed UI left to right, and they do their best to obfuscate where you want. Exactly to your point, Everborn, to make sure you touch every other part of the UI to say, hey, have you seen these V-Bucks? Hey, have you seen this mode? Hey, have you tried this season, right? And they just keep doing that to you, and you have to learn to dig through the menus to get to, oh, here's the campaign. Let me tell you this. I was super excited to play Naraka Blade Point. To this day, I couldn't tell you where that campaign is, because the tabbed UI is just nuts, and I quit before I even had the chance to do it.
When I started Diablo, another Activision company, well, an Xbox company now, but I start Diablo, you know what's right in my face? The campaign or the seasonal stuff. One or the other, I can just choose it and go, and it's done. It's the same thing in Halo. If I want to play the campaign, I can just jump to the campaign. I don't need all of this stuff in my face like this.
I agree.
You know what? Let me calm down.
Yeah, no, but you're right though. I mean, it's something to be said about a bit of.
And I'm talking about. I don't know if Modern Warfare 3 is like that, but I'm not buying Modern Warfare 3 for the same thing to happen. I'll wait for it to come to game.
I'll tell you right now, Everborn, it is like that. I was talking to Risk It in a party as I'm navigating it, and I'm like, man, so I don't want to jump ahead to Modern Warfare 3 because I didn't play the remake of Modern Warfare 2. But I'm like, but I got this gifted. I got to play it. Let me try it out. I go through there. So you have this Call of Duty hub now. You have to download that on top of whatever game you get, right? And you can, delete whatever portion of the game and keep whatever other portion once you do it. So they do understand, because I've taken up like 240 something plus gigabytes now.
They had to make you do that, otherwise you ain't playing this game on Series
S.
Yeah, exactly.
And 140 gigs of that is ads.
Right? But it's in the same vein of what you're talking about, though, where you have to tab up and down with the right trigger and such, or right bumper to move to the battle pass and so on and so forth. And I went down to Modern Warfare 2 to thinking I might have it or something like that. And nope, you have to buy that $70. Of course, I'm not doing it. I refuse to pay $70. So I tab back up to Modern Warfare 3. And so you get an understanding of it after a minute, but there is a lot of, I guess, as you called it, the Costco effect of how they're doing what they do.
Us graybeards don't like that. We see what y'all are doing. We don't like it. We see it.
Exactly.
You're making us go through each aisle before we get to where we want to go. We don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Everybody else seems to be like, oh, this is just how it's done. We're like, nah, homie. It used to be more freeform. This is becoming restrictive.
I need the cardinal sin for any game designer in my book, or menu designer for that matter, in this case, because everything I said has nothing to do with the game itself. It's this disgusting menu. But if you do not respect my time, you're done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So absolutely. And that just says you got nothing better to do. Let me hide this thing from you and not show you how to get to. I'm tired of it. The game's done. I wasted 70, and I paid full price for it, by the way, $70.
Didn't wait for it to end up into Game Pass. So that, what that tells us, ladies and gentlemen. That tells us Call of Duty incoming, because Everborn Saga paid full price for it.
Oh yeah. You should be seeing that in the coming weeks.
Gerald Mack, $5 super chat. He says, we have to stop giving credence to crazy. We all know Xbox game reviews will be tainted with butthurt and despair stopping. Despair. Stop talking about it. Yes, I know. I guess the reason why we keep talking about it is because we're hoping that if we point out the lack of integrity, that they'll fix that. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but people just keep talking about it because it's like, come on, we see the lack of integrity here. As the kids keep saying, keep the same energy, right? And they're definitely not doing that. And every time it pops up on our radar, it irks us, right? And we go, come on now, we see it. Why don't you see it? Why don't you do better in that regard, right? It is what it is.
I think you're right there, Kay. And on top of that, as men or women, right? I think it behooves us,
I see what you
to call out what we see is fraudulent, to call out what we see as egregious. I have no problem, like in my day-to-day life. I will come to you if you did something wrong to me and say, hey, I didn't like this thing you did. Hey, I don't like that you said this. Hey, I don't like that you're not holding true to your word. Why can't we do that for this? So I hear you, Mac, but I'm not going to give them traffic. So that I won't do, but I'm not going to stop calling them out when I feel they're being untoward, if you will.
Yep. Unhooved.
Yeah,
right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, but here's my problem. Here's my problem, right? That's just the way, because people keep telling me that's the way the menus work in COD, right?
Yep.
I did not see one article written about that. I didn't see anything about that. But Xbox shows you an ad. They pretend they're advertising Viagra, right? And Cialis and things like that. What is like you got an AARP ad on your Xbox is the way they pretend, because of a splash screen that you could get rid of. But in the game itself, no problem.
Yep. No issues. Real quick, and we're gonna get back to it because I see there's more COD talk to be had. But before we do, I got soul. What a name! Good brother, welcome to the show. He says, "Are y'all watching Blue Eyed Samurai, Onimusha, and Pluto on Netflix? Good stuff. Yeah, there's that blue eye thing, but it's pretty good. Beautiful animation and sound."
I don't know about that title.
Hold on. There's a reason I bring this up because, like, real quick for your small on the real minute, I brought that up to you, Everborn, in on them Twitter streets. Blue Eyed Samurai, yes, that title. Had us put the kufi on real quick. I hear you, right? But then I said, you know what? Let me put my money where my mouth is, and I tried one episode last night. At 3 a.m., I finished the whole thing. I'll leave it there. It's that good.
Did you finish Loki? Listen.
No,
listen,
I did not.
I'm
halfway into Loki. But let me tell you why, real quick. Let me tell you why. Like, the name had me raise an eyebrow, of course, as it would, right? But there's a reason for that name. Like, it is very racially driven, and the show is very racially driven, right? A quick background, it's about feudal Japan when the first blue-eyed Caucasians showed up. There were literally 4 in all of Japan, and one of them raped a woman and created a half-breed child. And that child is the blue-eyed, quote-unquote, samurai, and the story that comes about.
He goes on to be the best.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. I'm telling you. The director is a samurai herself. Literally, her whole life studied. The fight coordinator is a kung fu master from way back. Like, so much so that every single piece of art on the screen that they show, literally is storyboarded as if it's a movie. They just happen to animate it later. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
Listen,
it's really good.
I'm just gonna say this. I don't believe in blue-eyed Jesus, blue-eyed Santa Claus, or blue-eyed samurai.
Yes.
And this reeks of Dancing with Wolves, Last of the Mohicans, and The Last Samurai.
I won't deny the name leaves much to be desired. I won't deny that 100%. But I'm just saying, like, for the artistry on display alone, you must watch this. It is something else. It is something. I have a feeling you'd be impressed.
I'm just joshing with you. I'm gonna check it out.
I think you should try it. And of course, the man brought it up, so we definitely have to talk about it. I happened to basically waste my entire night last night watching the whole thing because it was that good, ladies and gentlemen. But okay, I'm sure
where did Umbra go?
Yeah, probably a connection issue. We will have him back. No worries. Before he comes back, though, real quick, the man himself, Mr. John Wolfen here. Good morning, sir. With a $2 super chat. He says COD is a platform at this stage. I love it, and he's right. To double it back to the COD conversation, you know, let's not get it twisted. COD is now a platform. It's not a title you buy. Like, actually, I would argue they've done some things better with COD than the people have been asking for from franchises like Madden, right? Give you one front end, and then every season give you more content in that front end, which is Warzone, right? That's what you want. So that's the platform, and then they keep adding more to it. If you happen to be in it from the ground floor, meaning when the first game or when Warzone became a thing, you started jumping in, then you're still, you know, you're in that flywheel and everything is fine. Our problem, and I won't speak for you, Everborn, but I think we're on the same page in that, is when you want to jump in from a, hey, here's a campaign I want to try, to, hey, here's another campaign. When you want to jump in as a game for game basis, the cruft and the ridiculousness around it of that platform makes it very difficult to play it just as we've known it to be, which is, hey, I'm playing this campaign, I heard it's cool. Hey, I'm playing that campaign, I hear it's cool. They're only geared towards those people who are in that zeitgeist. They're in that flywheel of free-to-playness, to the detriment of those of us who play campaign. Am I wrong in that, Everborn?
You're not wrong, but I think the bigger question is what changes with that under Microsoft? Because does Microsoft want to be known for like that level of egregious in your face sales and ads? And because they're very brand conscious, and they're also very they're under a lot of scrutiny, very just being a company the size they are. But at the same time, you just spent nearly 70 billion for this asset. It has to, they're giving projections on what they think they're going to make. So how do they thread that needle of keeping their perception as a consumer focus? And maybe they don't care about that, but like that could go south for them. Which again is why I always say companies do not have morals. And even to the
Tim the Sorcerer,
the Xbox brothers and sisters, just one second. Like I've always said, like don't attribute any sort of morality or to these companies, because again, as soon as you think you have the moral high ground, they'll switch up on you. So we shall see.
So I wanted to add Tim the Sorcerer's comment to what you were saying, because that might be an off-ramp to get where they're going while still saving face like you're describing, right? He says pre-registration for the new Warzone surpassed 50 million, and that's the mobile Warzone. Maybe, like you're saying, because in the mobile space, that is just par for the course and everybody knows it. Nobody really seems to vocalize, right? Because hey, that's a mobile game. It is what it is. Maybe the energy is shifted towards that mobile instance where all of the free-to-play energy and everything that comes around it is geared there. I mean, they got 50 million already signed up to go. And then you de-emphasize the console space where that egregious talk you're describing would lead to negative headlines, right? In the mobile space, it happens all day. No one seems to really bat an eye.
So the mobile apps are just a casino, right? Yeah. And nobody's paying attention. You can take advantage of people there all day.
Exactly. So I'm thinking, like, to your point, that they don't like to be in that PR machine and get hit by that. Maybe they de-emphasize that on the console side, right? Because hey, you got talkers there, and you got writers there, and you got, complainers there. And then we'll just spin up this 50 million plus guy thing on the mobile, and y'all just got nothing to say. You just keep moving, right? That may be how the needle gets thread there. Super interesting thought. We'll see how that plays out. But Mr.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Why is it that by and large games journalists don't talk about mobile? Especially games industry journalists. It's the largest pool of people. It generates the most money. It's where all the growth is.
You're talking about in your echo chamber. It's a bit of an echo chamberness there, because I know a lot of outlets that are very focused on mobile. They're not the same ones focused on PC and console, because people don't see it that way, right? People and the Sarah Bond interview brought that into very good crystallization, which we might also discuss a little bit later in the program. The people playing Wordle don't consider themselves gamers, right? But Microsoft does, right? So in that world, the world of folks won't go to Kotaku and IGN and read reviews, and they don't live in that world. But there is very much gamers as we are that do this. So maybe they're threading the needle and finding that, hey, not every aspect of gaming works for every gamer. So we'll keep the mobile guys separate than the console, because it seems that the console/PC audience, like us, that breeds more hardcore behavior, right? I feel like, and not to discount console mobile games, because there are hardcore mobile games. But what I'm saying is, their audiences most likely are looking for different things, and you can't find that on Kotaku. So you have an actual website dedicated to mobile talk and mobile gameplay. I've seen many of them. I don't play in those waters as much, because like I spend more of my times on the PC and the console, but I don't think that means that the mobile space gets no attention. It's just we don't pay attention to those corners. You disagree with that? Everborn, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying we should. I'm saying it should be merged. I'm saying in the same way we talk about PC games, we should be talking about mobile. And Enigmatic Dream says 99.999% of mobile games are trash. What are you basing that on? Yeah. Like, what actual metric is that based on?
Well, no, exactly like you saying, his statement mirrors your statement in saying that there should be more attention paid to mobile. There is attention paid to mobile. You're just not paying attention. And there are really great mobile games. It just so happens that a lot of it is trash, like radio, right? You got to dig through to find the nuggets that you like, the interesting stuff that you like. And being that mobile is where a lot of the free-to-play models go to live and thrive, you have to dig through a lot of that to get to, and don't get me wrong, you know, speaking for Enigmatic Dreams, knowing him as a gamer as I do, as he's always on the show, he's probably more console/PC focused. And those of us who tend to be console/PC focused, you know, tell me if I'm wrong here, don't look at mobile in the same way. Hence the 99.9 is trash. Because like you, Everborn, if you go to a game and have to dig through all those menus, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get mad and move on. And that's all mobile. That is literally, that UI literally is lifted from the mobile ecosystem. So if you come to that game, no matter how great that game is, and it takes you 15 minutes just to get to that game, Enigmatic Dreams is probably 100% what you're gonna say too. Am I wrong? It's kind of what you did say.
Yeah, but the thing is, I pay attention to those things, and what I'm wondering is why the big gaming outlets do not speak on them. Right? It's not that I'm not paying attention to what I wouldn't even know to say they should be talking about it if I wasn't paying attention to these things. I pay attention to these things quite a bit, but it's just not things that pop up in the feeds that
Sure. No, I will give you that. I'll give you that. While I think that there are probably there are those out there that we just don't pay attention to because it's not on our radar, I will concede the point that, you know, you're not getting your Windows Central and a few others to really deep dive into gaming, into mobile games. Even though, hey, of Windows Central that I speak of, Windows Central was the one that reviewed the Everborn Saga mobile game. So there are still some out there speaking on it. I just think that those that are popular are probably not in the Venn diagram of IGNs and all those that we are usually enamored with, right? So we'll see. Maybe folks in the chat.
Yeah, that was back. That was back in the days of Windows Phone. Once, because they used to be called Windows Phone Central.
Yes,
and they
did.
changed it to Windows Central.
Yes.
And so once they focused more on Windows, it became about Windows and console and things like that. So
folks in the chat who may be more well versed in this mobile space than we are, you know, where do you follow your mobile news? Where do you follow your, hey, I want to play this game that's not 99.999% trash. I want to play the good one. You know, where do you go for that stuff? Because I would like to know. I have been accused of also giving mobile short shrift, and I'll admit to that. And then I find a mobile game and go, wow, this is actually pretty decent, right? This is pretty awesome. So my mind, I'm open to be motivated in one direction or another. So please, if folks know of interesting stuff, let us know, and we'll definitely look into it as well. But Mr. Everborn Saga, you, sir, have not told us about the games you've been playing this week. What's on your radar?
All right, well, I've been playing a lot of games this week, and I think this is a good segue to go into what I told you I wanted to talk about this weekend.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But I've been playing Alan Wake, and I have to say, I'm not having a good time with it.
It's a chore, huh? Okay.
And I don't know if it's the fault of Alan Wake or it is the fault of me or the fault of the broader industry right now. But every time I play it, like, the graphics are beautiful, the presentation's great. Although I really hate that Mind Palace thing. Like, it just takes you out of the game way too much.
Okay. How many hours in are you, by the way?
I don't know. I'll check my stats right now.
That gives people a rough estimate of where you are, because things change as you go, and But yes.
Anyway, I'll figure that out. But the point is, I play it, and then I'm thinking about Spider-Man 2, right? And then I play Spider-Man 2, and I'm thinking about Alan Wake while I'm playing Spider-Man 2. And I try to put those down, and then I go to play Mario Wonder, a game which I love. And even then, it's like I'll do a level, and then I'm thinking about these other games, and then I'm like, oh, I didn't finish Diablo. And you know what? I started Diablo last night. Actually had a good time, so that's separate from this. But in between all that, I said, let me try Modern Warfare, because all Modern Warfare 3's out, and I'm playing these games, and I'm rushing through them. and I am not really enjoying them. It's just like I'm trying to get through them so I can get to the next thing. And every time I play a game, I resent the game I'm playing because of the games I'm not playing, and it just makes me not want to play. It's sort of like that thing where you go to watch Netflix and then you watch like a million trailers and then you end up falling asleep and not watching anything.
What do they call that? Analysis paralysis. That's what that is. Yes.
Right. And so I don't feel like I'm playing these games to
feels like homework.
It feels like a chore.
Yeah.
And it's starting to make me resent it, and like I don't know if I'm enjoying myself anymore. And it's not supposed to be like that. And I think it's the fault of all of these like high profile games that I want to try that are coming out so close to each other. And I just finished Starfield, and I just finished Sonic Superstars, and then all these other games came out in October. But then I'm thinking about all the games I didn't finish. I have 45 or 47 hours in Tears of the Kingdom. I never actually finished that. I played the beginning of Jedi Survivor, but then Zelda came out, so I put that down. And before that, I was playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, but then Jedi Survivor came out. And so everywhere I look, there's a game that's out, and these are all potentially. I bought Street Fighter 6 and Armored Core. I've never even downloaded them. Right?
Yeah. And by the way, this is for those who didn't watch the last week's show, Everborn Frivolous Spender. We're gonna get into a new piece of device tech that's out there, and we're gonna revisit this convo. But please continue.
We will. Speaking of a new piece of device, I have not even used the Quest 3 yet, apart from the first day I got it.
Bro, speaking of that, real quick, Piano Vision. If you haven't done it, do it. It is the reason to own it in the short term. My daughter is taking piano lessons in Quest 3 using it's bro. I'll tell you about it later. It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm a musician all my life. Been trying to teach kids and teach my kids. This is the way. I've never come across something that's as good as this. We'll talk about that later. But yes, please.
Okay, and Rainbolt, we're gonna have a segment where we're gonna talk about the ROG Ally. And
yes.
We'll talk about that if you're still listening.
Absolutely.
Yep. So I have both, by the way. Not the OLED, but the regular.
As do I.
But anyway, so my point is, I feel like I am losing the thread, and this is how I felt back in 2015-ish. And if you know my lore, you know that from 2015 till 2020, I was just out of gaming, and I don't want that to happen again. So I'm trying to find a way to not be so overwhelmed by all of this. And I don't know how do you deal with fatigue in a year with so many amazing titles? Chat, I could use your help. But I'll let you take it over.
Welcome back, Mr. Infinite AI. Hope you good. Hope your internet connection's decent. You all right? Can you microphone?
Is this him or is this the AI?
It is the AI Overlord. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry
sir.
about that.
No worries, man. It happens. No worries. Yeah. But Everborn Saga, it is a righteous piece of issues that you're describing here, and I will let the chat weigh in. You know, how y'all feeling about Burnout, right? Like too many games for you. I myself, that is what turned me into a grazer. Like I used to be like, yo, I spent my hard-earned money on this. I need to make sure I get what it's worth for it, and I will be meticulous about finishing every single game. And exactly what you're describing used to happen to me. I feel burnt out. I feel like it's a chore. I feel like, those who work corporate America, I'm on schedules all day. Now I have a schedule for my gaming. Like, no, I need to enjoy myself. Otherwise, it's not worth it for me. So I eventually went, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna be okay playing or dumping whatever game I want. My time and my value, the value that I place on my time does not have to equal rolling of credits, right? And I can sip these games like wine. How long did it take me to finish Starfield? I just finished it like yesterday or 2 days ago, and I've been playing for months. I'm almost like 7 days in. At this point, I'm actually on my way to level 100. I want to get there, and it'll probably take me till deep 2024 to get there, but that's okay, right? That's what kind of changed my trajectory mentally about having to finish all these games and turning it into a job, right? If there's any more of that in me these days, is because, you know, we have new content. We get on the show. We want to show you guys new interesting things. So that gives me an effort, puts an effort in me to potentially try different things so I can share some interesting things with the audience. But besides that, I'm cool just dropping what I would like, dropping it and not picking it up if it just doesn't speak to me anymore, or I'm just over it or whatever. I'm okay with that, right? I've had to be for my own mental state. Mr. Infinite AI, sir, how about you? I know you about these games, and I see you with your scores finishing game after game after game. And this man goes, oh, I played it twice. Oh, I played it 3 times. Rolling credits multiple times per game. I'm like, yep. Who are you? How did you clone yourself? And how can I do that, sir? Tell me how you manage that, because that's amazing, sir.
You know, I guess, you know, it's a bit of time. How do I put this? I don't get a chance to play a lot of my backlog, and that's the problem I do have, because I'll play through a lot of different games, indies, you know, AAA, AA, etc. But so I will prioritize what I really want to get into, like a Starfield or a Spider-Man, for instance. But then I'll move on to like some of these indies and such. So it probably seems more dramatic than what it is as far as what I do as far as completing games. But when I really get into a game, I get into a game. And I think Everborn, you're much like me, where you stick to one game until you're done with it. And that's how I do it. And but the problem is I go back to those games, and I have friends that are like, you say you can't get to this or that, and this is why, because you keep sticking to one game. So I have that problem too.
I was able to handle it the last couple of years because the must-play titles didn't come out so close to each other.
Yeah, no, we had much more spacing last year.
Well, see what Slobo says in the chat.
What did he say?
He said the problem isn't Burnout. I didn't. It's Alan Wake too.
Listen, I'm not gonna say correlation is causation, but I didn't feel this way until I started playing Alan Wake. I'm just saying.
Man.
Yeah, and it's a bit of that. Like what I do is I just get back to when you have a game that you're really feeling. For me, at least, it's hard for me to pull myself away from that and just force myself to another game. I have to want to play that game at that moment. You know what I mean? So I just kind of go with the flow with what I'm feeling at that moment. And sometimes the game calling me back might be a Red Dead Redemption 2. It might be, you know, something that's going to steal a lot of my time. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
Hell, Spider-Man, I beat it twice. So, you know, and came to a lower score once I really paid attention to everything. But no, neither here nor there. But yeah, that's how it is for me. I just kind of go with the flow. And I think that the thing is too, is like, I think you have more of a more demanding job than me, 2K. So that is something to be said about that, you know. And you got the family going with the kids and all that. I threw all my kids away. No, I'm
man, how did you do that, sir? I need to talk to you. Shout out to my wifey. Like yesterday was our 11th year wedding anniversary.
That's right. I saw that. Happy anniversary to you. And it was also the missus' birthday too the other day, wasn't it? Everborn?
Yes, Everborn Saga. Indeed.
Yeah,
I saw y'all out there doing it big, beautiful.
Did the whole thing. Right, which is how I secured my my Christmas gift that we're going to talk about later.
Oh, you set that up on purpose.
He has to seed the ground. You know what I mean? You got to seed the ground from time to time.
But I kind of
Dreams, real quick. $2 super chat. Thank you for being here, Enigmatic Dreams. He says, still my favorite podcast, chemistry top notch. Oh, brother, thank you so much for being here.
My man.
You know, it's all about just friends getting on the show, chatting like we do. It is beautiful, and it's wonderful to have you here. Go ahead, Umbra. What were you gonna say?
Chi-Town, Enigmatic. He's also from Chicago, I believe.
Excellent.
Yeah, Chi-Town love. But you know, yeah, that's it comes down to what you put your time in. I think K, for you, you're kind of what do they call that? Like you dip and dabble in just a bit.
We're grazers, man. We're grazers.
That's it.
Right. Yes.
You and Pong Soul are like,
you know, we'll touch many, and then the ones that really rise to the top are the ones we finish. So I finished
cream
Starfield.
Of the crop. Yeah.
You know, yes.
It's good that you finally finished Starfield, by the way.
Yes, it is. Because I think we need to have that spoiler talk, which, yes,
absolutely.
We need to have that spoiler talk for sure. Yes.
I do want to have a talk about that, because I never actually got a chance to speak to anyone on a higher level of what that meant at the end. What did it all mean?
The new game plus of it all. It's just so different. We got to talk about it at some point. Not today, people. Don't worry. No spoilers, right? Like at some point, I want to talk to, we'll work it out in the background. Want to sit down and we'll have at it. Hey, what do all the buttons do? When did they change? What all that stuff? We'll talk about all the whole deal. But I finally got a chance to finish it, and after that, I just had this deja vu moment, and I just kind of rolled right back into it. And I was just playing more, So it's worth a conversation, I think, at a later date. I think so. But okay. So we have talked about some of the games we've been playing. There's a lot there. I could still keep going on about most of the games I've been playing. I'm still like trying to finish up. What do you call it? Darn it, a bunch of indie games that I'm still playing in the background, and we'll talk more about that as time permits. But I think we should get into some of the news stories proper, because it's been an interesting couple of days, and we have a few topics, and we want to get into the AI conversation properly. But let's have some fun little chats here and there with some other topics that have come up in the last couple of days. And of course, let me get my browser up, because it always seems to, for some reason, just lose the thread every time I connect to it. Let's see here. Give me one moment. And that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is talk of the old Steam Deck, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, you're on the panel here. You have, I would say, in various forms, gaming handheld users. I know that Infinite AI is the user of the ROG Ally. I too am a ROG Ally owner, as is Mr. Everborn Saga, and Everborn and I are both owners of the OG Gen 1 Steam Deck. And then, of course, not to be outdone, I also have an A1 Pro that is a little topper level, but that's very niche, so most people don't have that. But I think between all of us, we have a base understanding of what this gaming handheld sector is, right? So I will start with you, Infinite Umbra. I know you saw the landscape and you're a Windows guy, so you opted for the ROG Ally, and I'm sure in various degrees. First off, let me get that from the top level. How has your experience been since you have been a ROG Ally user by and large? Are you enjoying it? Are you having doubts? What's your status on it?
So for me, when anything that comes with PC, like I just had the issue just now, anything when it comes to PC, it's always this learning curve, this deep learning curve for me at least, where I have to, figure out the configurations and all that. Like you all may have seen it in chat. I'm like, hey, how do I get this to do this? So it's all a learning curve for me. But I have enjoyed the ROG Ally, and it is impressive. And I like showing it off to a few people, like, oh, let's check this out. It is pretty cool to be able to play a lot of my current games and such like that on the go. So I can go to work. I can go on my break and I'm playing some game. I'm playing some Jusong. I'm playing, I'm playing some Starfield. I played a ton of Starfield actually on a ROG Ally, which was just, to me, mind-blowing to be able to do such a thing. So I found that it makes for a lot of convenience if you are the type of gamer that has time to play on the go. If you're at home, typically I think most of us are going to be on a bigger screen. It is what it is. I have a beautiful 65 OLED TV. Why would I be on a ROG, right? But on a go, man, it has changed a lot in how I can approach playing games, which, by the way, to throw that out there, that's also how I get a lot of these games done, because the ROG Ally has helped me in actually getting a lot of these done. Then I think also the problem I had too, because I know that one of the warnings you gave me was like, with ROG though, they come out with a new iteration such and such pretty quick. So I was worried getting this and paying which was close to $800 for this thing. What would happen if here's ROG 2, and I'm like, I just bought this thing. So I was a little bit worried about
and you know what, Infinite, it's good you bring that up. I will say right now, I'm happy that I was mistaken. So far, Asus and Sean, I would, we can debate as to why that is. I think maybe it's probably because Microsoft backed them so much. You got Phil out there talking about it's my Xbox on the go. So far, they've done right by their hardware, even though I hear Best Buy is doing some stuff because there's some hardware issues. If you have a good one, it's great and it works pretty well, right? Your learning curves may vary, as you're saying, but by and large, you know, against my fear, they have done right by their consumers so far. And if you have a ROG Ally right now, you're still sitting pretty and enjoying yourself. So that's salute to Asus for that, right? Please.
Absolutely. Continue. Shout out to them. Absolutely. And the thing is, like, it's a learning curve, but I think getting into this, as long as you know that you're going to have to learn how to properly use it and update the drivers and things like that, little things like that, where you know, I think the Steam Deck is a little more streamlined. We don't have to go through that process. But with the more power you get with the ROG, you know, for me, I'm like, why not? You know, and you can, the beauty of also using it for emulators and things of that nature. It opens up a lot, as you know. I mean, I can go on and on, but I'm not going to go too far with it before I say Nintendo's name and they come after me. But you know,
before the ninjas just descend on you.
Exactly. Come down like Shadow Lu.
That's
but
with their blue eyes,
like the Foot Clan, they just show up. No, stop it.
Right. But other than that, man, I mean, once you get past that learning curve and you really try to put effort into understanding how to update your drivers, it's not so hard. You know, and you speak to a lot of people in the community, and there's tons of information out there if you really want to learn how to use that device and get it, you know, to work right for you. And I think it's rewarding enough if you care enough to really get your gaming on and you're away from home a lot. So I would definitely recommend it. But I will say, I saw this Steam Deck OLED and I got a little FOMO immediately.
Yeah, speak on it. I want to, because you made the decision, and I brought it up specifically for you, because when you made your ally decision, the deck was still the spot. It was still the one, right? And you made your ally decision. So here you are. And by the way, this is the OG, not the OLED. Here you are. They have the OLED, which is I would call Steam Deck 1.5. Really, you know, it's the mid-gen refresh, if you will. Are you still happy with your decision, or do you wish you'd gone here?
Steam Deck Slim.
Yeah, there you go. Steam Slim. Steam. Yeah. What are you thinking, Umbra?
I am still happy with it. I do. Okay. I feel the reason I felt a little way was because of the OLED screen. I was like, that's nice.
Yes.
You know, larger picture, better battery life, etc. Like, see, so the good thing about me, and I remember talking to you about this too with the Ally. I know you said it would eat up the battery a lot once I put it to a higher wattage and all that. But see, the beautiful thing is where I use it at work, I can just plug the thing up, so it didn't cause me any issues.
There you go. That's it.
This having a bigger battery life, faster Wi-Fi, stuff like that is really cool. And I've never actually held a Steam Deck. Okay. I hear the ergonomics on it is pretty solid. I actually like the Ally. It works well with my hands, so I haven't had any issues when it comes to that. But the OLED and having a nice HDR with the OLED, like all of that spoke to me. But I don't think that, I will say, like, I've got a bit of FOMO, but I don't think that it was enough where I was like, oh, I regret the Ally. I don't regret it. But I do, man, that other option they have for the transparent one, that's the one I saw that made me go like, man, I might have to grab one of these. Yeah, that one looks beautiful, honestly. So that did do that for me. But other than that, I mean, I would say if people haven't yet invested in a Steam Deck, then maybe this might be the time to jump in. That's what I would say.
I feel you. Yeah. Mr. Everborn Saga, sir, how you feeling? I know you have yourself a Steam Deck. You enjoying your Ally? First, before we even get to this guy, when was the last time you properly played your Steam Deck? And actually, I'm sorry. Before we even go that far, I see we do have some super chats, and I don't want the app to kind of get away from me. So let me address those real quick. King Webb, $5 super chat. Salute to you, good sir. Appreciate you being here. He says, shout out to my black brothers doing their thing. Hashtag Xbox World Order. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you being here, showing you support. Always appreciated.
Absolutely. You can't see me right now, but I got my black fist power fist up right now. He just
went like this real quick. As soon as we get both of them, that's what happened. They got koofies on and the whole thing. And then, of course, Solomon Backslap. He says, Star Mass Effect 1 field. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can't go wrong with that.
If that makes you play it, sir, hey, why the heck not? It's a beautiful thing. Let's go. But all right, Everborn Saga, sir, I know you are a proud owner of the deck. You are a proud owner of the Ally. When was the last time you turned your deck on?
In earnest, not since I got the Rogue Ally.
Which is like what, 6 months ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And basically, so what you're saying is, and I know you use it as an ecosystem driver, right? So if you're playing Steam, you play on Steam. If you're playing Xbox, you're on the go, you're playing on the Ally, because that's where Xbox is easily accessible, right?
And I also don't use these on the go. This is more like on the go to my couch or on the go to the bedroom when the missus is watching the TV.
So
right?
So it's a good thing you bring that up real quick, because Umbra spoke to his use case and you're speaking to yours. Really quick, I'll say, yeah, my use case, the reason why I can finish games as well is I too, and now I find myself going to an office after 13 years, but that's neither here nor there. I too tend to play it in my house, but the reason why I do tend to play it in my house is because you ain't trying to kill mass murder a bunch of folks on the big screen while the children are, are viewing, and I'm upstairs with them, I'm left, I'm right, I'm all over the place. You can't sit down in front of your screen and really get that experience until they go to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock. And sometimes you just want a game. So I tend to have the mobile with me real quick, play a little bit, hang out with them, play a little. So that's how I tend to play a lot of my games. So there are lots of use cases besides the, be on the train thing. But go ahead, Mr. Everborn Saga. What's your experience with this whole Steam Deck OLED? Did Everborn Frivolous purchase rear his ugly head again?
Yes. But so the thing is, I like Umbra, you talked about this briefly, but having owned the device for over a year now, like it is the most ergonomic handheld, bar none. Mm-hmm. Better than the Nintendo Switch, even with the Hori grips. Mm-hmm. It is better than the ROG Ally. I'm just talking about from an ergonomic
standpoint.
Holding it.
This thing, like it's made for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
It feels like it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And then from a user experience standpoint, again, if you're gonna stay in Steam and you're not gonna go into the desktop mode, which is a nightmare. But
the desktop mode doesn't exist until you tell it to exist, right?
Right. And so, like if you're gonna stay in the Steam ecosystem,
which is what this device is for,
do other things. It is like anyone who has come from the PSP and has that dream, or likes the Switch but wish it had better hardware or whatever. This is the device. It is a console that happens to have a PC functionality in the background for emulation for those that care about that stuff. And so now when they say they made this one and it has like 30% more battery life because of the OLED screen and the 6 nanometer
optimizations
die that they jumped down to, and then there's a slightly bigger battery, like now you're talking about a device that is on par or coming close to what the Switch can do, to where depending on the game, you're doing 2.5 to 4 hours, and sometimes more if it's a really lower game. And that is where you really get to a place where, okay, this is a proper handheld. Forget about the fact that it's a PC. It's a proper handheld. And then the screen now is just going to make things look better. The blacks are going to be deeper. You just go from your monitor to your OLED screen and you'll see what we're talking about. So to have that on the screen right there, to me, it warrants the upgrade. Also, the way I'm justifying it is my kid always asks to use mom's laptop or whatever, and she's always messing stuff up so she can go play Roblox or Genshin or whatever.
The
and I'm like,
that is Roblox,
right?
Yes.
Right, but then your shortcuts are never where they used to be, and the windows you had to open it out, whatever. So I'm gonna give her my Steam Deck now, and then she can play Minecraft, Roblox, Stardew Valley.
There you go.
And I think Genshin on there. I think I don't know if you can play Genshin on that.
You can put Genshin on it for sure.
So she's gonna have that, and then if she needs a desktop, she can plug it right in.
Yep.
Which is what she does now, because the missus has a Surface Pro that's just plugged into a USB-C dock, and she can do the same thing here. Boom, and then I can now get this thing that has all of those slight little improvements.
So you basically made a gap for yourself so you could fill it with this new device.
Hey,
good stuff.
But
real quick, Gamepad Guru posts a statement there. I want you to think about that and give him a response to you, what you think of that. He asked, well, his statement is, my problem with the Steam Deck is it's Linux. So if this was a Windows machine, it'd be over with. Go ahead.
So here's the problem.
Yeah.
My problem with the ROG Ally is that it's Windows.
There you go. There's a reason I brought that up, because I know Everborn Saga has learned. Go ahead, sir.
And so can I make it work? Absolutely. Are they making improvements to the Xbox app? Absolutely. Yep. But I need Microsoft and whoever it is that's in charge of that to make the experience for gaming on not just handheld, but Windows in general.
Yep.
Give us, listen, this is a fact, right? This is not me guessing anything, right? Your Xbox right now is based on a Windows kernel.
Windows kernel, 100%.
With a custom UI.
Yep,
you could absolutely
hypervisor-based UI, yeah.
You could absolutely build that into Windows somehow.
Yeah.
So that you can hide all the cruft of Windows and say, whether it's my gaming PC or my ROG Ally, that it's gonna have that Xbox experience, because the UI is too disjointed now, and Windows you can make it work, but there's too many things that other people have to do to, like, I have to use Armory Crate, which is
and by the way, the
greatest.
I know, but real quick, let's just set the stage.
And here. I'm not coming at the ROG Ally either. Well, I love the ROG Ally.
This is exactly what I was about to say. We are Windows people. By and large, we are Windows people. We've loved Windows for a long time. We are Windows users. I have a monster machine here that runs Windows. It runs Mac OS as well, because I believe that you should be able to do that, even though they don't let you. We are Windows people, right? You will always have me advocating for using of Windows instead of other operating systems, because it's more dynamic and can do more, right? And I see him out there. Gamepad Guru knows what he's talking about. He uses front ends like Play Night. I use Big Box. I use Play Night. We can make it happen. Actually, when you use Big Box, you can remove the Windows shell and have it boot from Windows directly into Big Box, as if there's no Windows background at all. So there's no desktop. It's just Big Box, right? So all that's available. So we can advocate for that. It's just when we're talking about not tinkerers, but people who just enjoy playing their games on the go, Windows is a detrimental experience. I think we can all agree to that. Am I wrong?
I agree just because it was a bit of a workaround. Yeah,
the UI. Yes, they need to approach Windows with the idea of going, okay, there's this in the world now. There's this in the world now. They all use Windows. Let's make it run better for these. And they haven't done that. And because of that, we have to keep doing workarounds, right? We and that's what makes it a little detrimental. That's the reason why you'll find, and salute to him, you'll find Mr. Boomstick XL, right? He will wait until he has a Series S in his hands for all intents and purposes. Why? Because all that Windowsness takes away from his experience. I enjoy the Windowsness. I can do custom things, but that's not for everyone. So, we'll give you smoke on this show. We'll give you the real talk on the show, but understand we are Windows people and we see the problem with Windows, because inherently it's not meant for these things. But please, Everborn Saga, you were hitting on it. Go ahead.
The way I use these things is I'm totally fine with having two devices, right? I know like you can install Steam application and use big picture mode on the ROG Ally, and I know you can dual boot Windows on the Steam Deck, but both of those experiences leave something to be desired. So I just use the ROG Ally as my portable Xbox, and I use the Steam Deck as my Steam device, though it's another console, just like the same way I use my Switch for my Nintendo games.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm fine with that. I'll bring one with me at a time. I'm not carrying around three devices. Depending on what I'm playing, that's what I'll use. But and I'm not telling everyone to do that, but that's how I do it, and that's how I can say, listen, this has all the right upgrades to where it feels like a proper thing. And I'm happy in the same way Umbra was happy that we don't have a ROG Ally 2 announcement. I am happy that there was no
Steam Deck 2
although Umbra, I will say, the ROG Ally ain't been out a year yet. We could be this time next year, and a ROG Ally 2 could be.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm still looking at you, Samsung, with that eye. I'm still.
This is my issue on the Windows side. Is the market is so young that it's a lot of people are still trying to figure it out, and what we have with the Steam Deck is, again, that console experience, that thing that that developers can target.
Yep.
Because they know it's a mass mover, and they're not gonna change the specs on you every 6 months.
Yep.
Now we can talk about the ROG Ally, but we can also talk about the Aya Neo and the AOK Zoe.
You mean the Aya Neo Go? You mean the Aya Neo Kufi? Because that's what I'm gonna call it.
Okay. So and that's the point. So every week one of those comes out, and if you're a developer, how can you profile that hardware?
This is let's be fair though. The Aya Neo, which you're describing, and the AOK Zoe, and all the others, all of them, they are all exactly the same device in different clothes. They all have the 7840U. They have 16 gigs at least or more. You don't need more than that. Anything above 16 gigs becomes cake. This has 64. You don't need that, but everyone can target the 16, right? They all have your 512 gigs of storage. Some of them are 2 terabytes. It's 2 terabytes. As long as you target, right? They look different. This is a Legion Go. This is an Aya Neo. This is a GPD Win. They all literally are same chipset, different clothes, right? So and that's why I think it's interesting for Microsoft to be in this space, because this is what everybody knows, but this is exactly this. This is a Legion Go by size of screen. The battery's better on this than the Go, but by and large, this is a Legion Go that people know, right? It's just not made by Lenovo, and it was made before Lenovo came out with theirs. But by and large, it's the same form factor, it's the same chipset, it's the same performance profile all over the place. Are there small nuances here and there in some performance profiles? Sure, because some of them make better fans than the others do, but it's not so debilitating that you can't hit one target, right? So that is still where we are. It's just, to your point, it's not just the performance target that they're looking at, it's also the quote unquote platform, right? Legion can call themselves a platform and have stuff made for them. Ally can call themselves a platform and have stuff made for them. But when you have all these other mushy middles, it makes it difficult to be a platform, right? So they just create that Steam Deck profile and hope that everybody else hits it. You know, that's where, in my humble opinion, Microsoft could really benefit. Please continue.
It's worse than that, because it's the wild, wild west.
Yep.
You can't really and truly rely on third-party accessories for the device the way you can with the Steam Deck, because it's one device.
Sir, no doubt. Do you know how long I've been trying to find a case for this thing? It is impossible.
Right.
I have a case for this thing because it's the Ally and people know it, and there are cases for it, right? But this guy has no case, because good luck finding one.
So do we think that it is a smart idea? Because Phil keeps saying it. The ROG Allies is portable Xbox. Do we think it's a smart? And I know we're supposed to be talking about the Steam Deck OLED. It's an OLED screen. It has a better battery life.
Yes.
I'm gonna get it. I can't wait till Thursday. I'm gonna order it. But does it make sense for Phil Spencer and the Microsoft gaming division to leave the fate of handhelds on their partners alone?
So I say,
and I know they've kind of given their blessing to the ROG Ally, but it's still kind of like,
I say they're not, though. I say they're not, because this is R&D, right? This is R&D. They didn't start this before Steam Deck got involved. Steam Deck kind of showed them the way, right? It's always been there. The Aya Neos have been around forever, for those who know. before all of this, Steam Deck wasn't the first of its kind. Steam Deck was the first Apple device that everyone else saw that went, hey, this exists. It existed way before that, right? And because it took them seeing what the Steam Deck did, and now you have the ROG Ally, so their R&D time has started now, right? I believe, and we've been talking about it for a while. I believe that we see a hybrid future where you could get a main console that does this, just like the Switch does, right? Because they've also been keeping an eye on the Switch, and this shows that you can do a big man Switch, like an adult Switch, and it will be successful, and people are buying it, right? But the reason why I say they're not ceding ground right now is while they're talking the talk and saying, hey, we stand behind our partners and this is our ROG Ally on the go, what are they doing? They're cleaning up their operating system. They're doing this and that to the software, so it makes it easier to use. And what I'm saying, the reason why I say that is this ground is not so disparate just yet, right? It's not so, well, these guys do it this way and that guys do it that way. They are all the same chipset. The only thing that's different compared to the whole environment is you have your Switch, which is a whole different thing, right? You have your 7840Us, which is basically the Z1. So you can combine the ROG Ally and the Aya Neos, even though they're called differently from a marketing standpoint, they are basically the same chip, right? And then you have the different chip in this. There are only 3 different so far, right? And as they go along, more and more jump in. I bet you HP will jump in, all these others, and they will all still have exactly the same chipset, different things, different clothes, same chipset, different clothes, right? I believe that in the short term, Microsoft will give you the great software solution so that all these devices start becoming more unified. But in the long term, they are R&Ding the hell out of it in the background, and you will see their hardware soon enough. But it doesn't turn around overnight, right? Just like Steam Deck took a long time to create one, and then a year, 2 years later, they give you Steam Deck 1.5, and they've already told you you won't see a Steam Deck 2 until at least 3-4 years down the line. I think 2 things, two bits of digital footprint that I'll point here. 1, I think you will see a Steam Deck desktop before you see a Steam Deck 2. That's 1. And 2, I think by the time you see a Steam Deck 2, Microsoft may be ready to show you something in that instance as well. That's my belief in it. Everborn Saga, what are your thoughts, sir? Oh, did I lose you? If you're speaking, you're on mute. Actually, no. He just stepped away. Oh, there you go. Okay, Umbra, I haven't heard from you, sir. Please regale us. What do you think? I know you're not a huge Steam Deck user right now. When are you expecting that you will be replacing your Ally with Ally 2? Would it be next year? Would it be 2, 3, 4 years from now? What are your thoughts?
I mean, for me, I think I'm content with where I'm at right now.
Okay.
So, and simply because I don't game on it enough to say I need to get the next iteration.
Yep.
Now the FOMO is going to hit me once I see new ROG Ally, ROG 2, Electric Boogaloo, and I can do, I can his native Game Pass support and all that, and you don't have to worry about, having to get these drivers. It automatically does it for you. Like once I see that, then I might be like, okay, I might have to. But I think they'd have to incentivize me, right? They'd have to do something like where I can trade in what I have to maybe take a price off some of the time. I can see something like that. If they did something where it incentivizes me to trade in, and like I would with my phone with T-Mobile, for instance, then I can see myself doing it. Otherwise, for me, it'd have to be far further out than a year or two for me to jump. I feel.
No,
so, I think
I understand that. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Like I know I saw your tweet where you were talking about the Steam Deck 2, and you were saying, you said forget this OLED, basically. Like this is what I'm looking for.
So I'm not saying no shade to the Steam Deck 1.5, no shade, but my particular use case, me, right? I use my Steam Deck almost exclusively for indie titles, for your Cocoons, for your 2D side scrollers, because it sips TDP, and at that low level you can play this for hours. I'm talking I can play some games for 4, 5, 6 hours if it's really low on the TDP. And this is uniquely qualified to do that. If you set it to the same TDP as your ally, the ally would not get you that long. This one is specially geared for that because that's what the secret sauce that the Valve put into it.
Who's back?
But for me, I will say, I want, as you guys have said, right? I love my Windows machines, but for me, Windows is a little bit, it takes away from the experience. If you want that seamless console experience, Windows, you have to work at it to get it there. I'm very close. Like if you see my setup, I'm very close to being able to boot any game from any platform. You never see the desktop. It just runs as if it's a Windows, as if it's a console.
And it should be noted that he's had this device for well over 6 months now.
Exactly. So it takes that much
he's
time.
Still
to
only
tweak
very
it.
close.
Exactly. Right. So for me, that's the reason why I know people say the L word and that makes you, that gives you certain connotations. But as long as you don't load up that desktop, this is the best UI experience. It really is. So like I won't get the 1.5 because this guy is just way more performant than any device I own. Right? But when the 2.0 comes, let me finish. I did not interrupt you, sir. When the 2.0 comes, I will be day one because I know that they started this with concessions all over the place, and it surprised them how well this has done. So the next time they throw their hands in the pot, it's gonna be balls to the wall. They're gonna pull out all the stops. They're gonna, give you that almost $1,000 device, but you're gonna really like be surprised at what you get for that. They're gonna give you the Valve Index, the big top tier version of it, and that's what excites me. Not necessarily this one. This one's great, and it'll continue to be great. I use it all the time. I could have sold it. I still use it all the time. So I'm down with it. I'm waiting for 2.0. Go ahead, Everborn. Disabuse me of my notions.
I am giving you until your birthday, which is Christmas Day.
Yeah.
He will end up with a Steam Deck OLED.
And what happens if I don't?
No, nothing's gonna happen if you don't. I'm just telling you that you're gonna end up having it.
Unless Everborn Saga wants to win this bet by buying it for me, it's probably
absolutely not. Absolutely not. That won't happen. But I will say he's talking all of this now like he doesn't need it.
I don't.
Because he's starting to look at the reviews and he's like, oh man, it's sipping TDP a little bit better. It's getting 2, 3, 4 FPS more.
That screen is looking kind of sizable, ain't it?
So so let me give you a hedge, all right? Let me give you this. Let me give you all this.
That's
right?
the memory.
The number one reason why the screen doesn't do it for me, right? Y'all would have had me with the screen, 100%, right? Because everyone that's used this bad boy, that's their number one complaint. Oh, we wish the screen was better. But before they had a chance to release the 1.5, this came into my possession. And because of this, I really don't care about any 1.5s anymore. I don't even care about like this screen because like my number one complaint about
about some glasses that don't have
number one complaint about the Ally is the huge bezels on the top and bottom. The 16:9, it really annoys me. I feel like I'm missing something.
I don't like the bezels either.
It's the worst. It's the worst. But early on, I was given the opportunity to review these glasses, which plug in through USB-C to any handheld device. And the screen makes all of these look like trash because it's an OLED screen. It's an HDR. It's huge on your face. So ever since then, and actually it makes the battery last longer because you're not powering the screen anymore. You're just powering the glasses. So it even makes it last longer. Oh, and by the way, the glasses are 120 hertz. So I can use that even on my old school Steam Deck that doesn't support 120 hertz. When it sees that the 120 hertz is available, it starts using it. So I say all this to say, until you give me something that's better than what I have, I don't feel like spending the money. You know what I'm saying?
You have to walk around your house or in public looking like an
like
extra from the RoboCop movie. So all I am saying is you're gonna see this OLED with this 90 hertz refresh rate with the FPS limiter at 45.
I'm saying I don't look
You
too
say
much like a
you say you
troglodyte,
start walking
do
around
I?
like a
Whatever
black,
you,
like a
whatever you
black
gotta tell
Eskimo or
yourself,
something,
sir. Whatever you want to tell yourself. The point is, Mr. K Asante is gonna end up with this Steam Deck OLED, and I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna happen. I will be in Florida before the end of the year.
Oh, you will?
And I'm gonna bring that Steam Deck with me, and he's gonna see it in person. And I'm just gonna drop the Steam Deck on the table by mistake, like Jack Nicholson dropped the gun on the table by mistake.
Clumsy
in
me.
The Departed.
Ooh, excuse me.
And then he's gonna end up getting it, and then all of a sudden his Steam Deck is gonna magically be broken. He's like, "Oh, I can't fix it. I'm on vacation. I guess I need to buy another Steam Deck." You only have the OLED?
This is revenge for his knees that he still will refuse to relinquish. He still ain't got me though, ladies and gentlemen. He ain't got me.
Okay.
BT Maverick 707 with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, "Will we ever see native Game Pass ever make its way to Steam Deck? Hard task for anyone to find a workaround. People make it sound like it's landing on the moon." Thank y'all.
Okay, well,
love
it's
all
not.
three of you.
Okay, so that's a great. That's an amazing question.
Yes.
I would tell you right now, right? And this is probably why it wouldn't happen. If I could get native Game Pass on the Steam Deck, I would not have bought a ROG Ally. Straight up, full stop.
And you think Microsoft won't deal in the background with Valve?
No,
to make native
and I'm
Game
going to
Pass
tell
happen?
you why. Because the money that they would have to forego, which is, hey, every game in Game Pass, yes, it's in your subscription, but what percentage does Valve get and then Microsoft gets when you do a microtransaction, when you pay for early access, when you do all those things? And that is the reason it won't go there, and no other reason.
So I hear you, Everborn, but they did do a deal with GameStop where if you buy their physical hardware, and that still exists at GameStop, any microtransaction, any game you buy, anything you do in perpetuity on that device, GameStop gets a cut. And they work all that out in the background. You never know. But they work that because you happen to have bought it in GameStop. And that's what the deal they did, remember? When the console gen started and people were like, oh, this might save GameStop. If you buy a device and you move on with your life, any microtransaction 15 years down the line or whatever, how long it lives, GameStop can still claim a small piece of that. And they still work that out.
Yeah, they did that because they knew GameStop wouldn't be around in 15 years. Valve, on the other hand.
But I guess what I'm saying is the nuance of, hey, who gets this versus that? It sounds complicated, but they were willing to do it before. I don't see them not doing it again.
Yeah, but again, right? Like Game Pass as it is already subsidizing these games to now take away the 30%
even
cut
further. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't disagree. You're right on that. So
that's really the problem. To me, Steam Deck is the one to rule them all. I know the ROG Ally. Okay, let me stop here because I sound like I'm hating on the ROG Ally.
Yeah, you sound like them game bucks is clearing. Yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
No. I love the ROG Ally.
I know you do. Yep. Ally gang.
So much so that I got it after already having a Steam Deck because again, it is the one out of all of them, and maybe it doesn't have all the specs of the device you have, Kay, or whatever these other ones that are coming out. But the idea of being able to physically walk in a store, get one, walk out, use it.
Yep.
The fact that Microsoft is co-signing it, the fact that they are keeping up to date with drivers and all those things, the fact that they're continuing to update the Armory Crate, and it is absolutely serviceable. And that bar that shows you your stats, the quick bar from the Armory Crate, that is all amazing. My only issue with the ROG Ally is the Windows UI, which Microsoft keeps saying that they have work to do there, right? So that's really the only drawback for that device. But ergonomically, I do feel like the Steam Deck is the one to beat of all the handhelds, and it right now it is also the one to beat. This is a
strong second, but it's very niche. It's a strong second. It's really, they took the Steam Deck's like lessons to heart. It's really good.
Ain't nobody talking about that Iron Neo or whatever you talking about, man. We talking about the wrong ally, whatever it is. Neo, son. I don't want to hear about that.
Of course, because you can't buy one.
so
and it's cheaper than the most expensive ally. So yeah, I'm just saying. Although you take your life into your own hands when it comes to support, I'll be forthcoming with that for sure. For sure, you take your life into your own hands. You must know what you're doing, because when it's ruined, you're screwed. But if you get a good one, this is better than all of them. But like, continue. Yes.
I just want I just want a device where I can have the console experience on, what do you call it? Now,
you want the Series S,
maybe this is
SP, as people calling it. Yes.
Exactly. Shout out to Inferno.
I think I saw Lucius Gustus in the chat saying that. Yes.
Now let me ask you a question. What does it look like for Microsoft to fix the UI? What is the avenue that they use that for? Is it the start menu? Is it? I
mean, it's already solved. It's already solved. Really.
Is it?
It's just not their official solution. They just need to make an official version. Like I was saying, big box. So Windows works. There are lots of similarities to Linux, how Windows works, right? Similarities, but not exactly. The front end ends up looking the same, although it's different, right? Windows loads everything in, and then it gives you the front end that you use to administrate that stuff. Whereas in the Linux, and I'm being very derivative, very simplistic, Linux loads small pieces of itself for what you use. That's the reason why on the Steam Deck, you can basically boot into that UI and never see the desktop until you load it, right? Big box, although all the stuff loads in the background in Windows, the front end, which is the start menu and all of that, big box can replace that start shell, right? The desktop shell with the big box shell. So when you load it up, it loads into big box instead of loading into a desktop. It's a crude solution, and I say it's crude because some games really want that Windows UI and kind of get broken and act weird when it doesn't have a UI, a desktop to.
Does it work for Game Pass games though?
It does. There are many Game Pass games.
It's the other like random, like when you try to get an emulation and stuff.
Some weird. It's not seamless. That's why I'm like, it's a crude, non-official solution, but it's there. Microsoft just needs to clean it up and do it properly. Where instead of just like the third-party company, which is an open source piece of software, well, you can buy the premium version, can replace the shell with their desktop UI. Microsoft can replace the desktop shell with a proper made for console desktop UI. They can do it just like the third party already has. Right.
And this is really the thing, right? I want to know because it's the same Windows kernel, right? It is just that Xbox has its own UI and Windows has its own UI.
Well, okay, it's the same desktop, the same kernel as Windows, but it's not that simple. Whereas in the Windows desktop world, it loads up all your settings, it loads up all the background things that you normally do for Windows, and then it loads up the desktop. And in the kernel, the reason why they strip it down to the kernel on the console side is a lot of those things in the background aren't necessary for console performance, and the console hardware is already very finite, right? The resources. So they load the kernel, which gives basic instruction sets, and then they load something called the hypervisor, which is basically a management software that gives resources to various different virtual operating systems. That's what it does.
But the applications themselves, i.e. the games in this case, they just need the kernel to run. They don't need the UI.
They need the kernel, and they need the hypervisor software that lies underneath. That hypervisor software gives those applications the video RAM it needs, the drivers it needs, the RAM it needs.
Like the orchestration.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, and it does it at a split second's notice. Virtual machines, right? So it's like, I'm giving this one, I'm giving that one. Oh, you're loading an Xbox 360? Ding! You see the Xbox 60 UI. That is the Xbox 360 VM booting up, right? And then it starts giving it the resource.
Let me ask you a question. Emulation is legal, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Well, okay, I say it's legal in where we live. It is legal. It is frowned upon, but 100% legal. In certain places, they've been able to successfully say it's not legal, but where we live, it is absolutely legal. Yes.
now let me ask you a question. Is there any world, and I already know the answer is no, but I want to just put the question into the universe. Is there any world where, because when we're talking about this handheld thing, you know, it's the UI, which is one issue, which can be fixed. I think we were just talking about a solution.
Oh yeah.
But then there's the entitlement issue, right?
That's another thing.
My entire legacy, and everyone in this chat's legacy as an Xbox gamer, we have tens, some of us hundreds of titles, right? All on the console, and only some of them are play anywhere.
Yes.
Now the question is, how do you honor that moving forward? And the answer, which again, they won't do this, but the answer could potentially be right there in the backwards compatibility program. In the same way that the Xbox operating system virtualizes,
they virtualize all future instances to keep it alive. Yes.
Right. Yes. So now, you know, you can go and run a 360 game or an OG Xbox game or an Xbox One game right there. And as far as
let's pause that for a moment, and let me catch up on the super chats, and we'll get into that real quick, because that's very interesting, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because we talked about that. I think I talked about it with somebody, and it brought up some very interesting potential workarounds that they need to look into. But let's pause for a quick moment, and let me thank Roshan Eppinger, $5 super chat. He says, how will the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 or the Elite affect the handheld and console market? Gen 3 has an AI chip that will do the shadows in the games for the 24 Ultra. That potentially has, and I don't know if you guys know this, Snapdragon, the basically the ARM side of the house, those that are in your Android phones and whatnot, and of course to a certain degree iPhone as well, but they make their own custom ARM architecture. They're all coming, and they're all very optimized. And why are they special? Because they do a lot more with a lot less, so you don't have to have a fan spinning actively on all these. You see all these things are large because they have fans spinning, x86 Intel based processors. When you go ARM, you can do a lot of those heavy lifting tasks without it spinning fans being really loud. So that's the specialty, the reason why people are going there. It would require a lot of moving and shaking, because if we move to a fully ARM ecosystem, then you have to also worry about the back compat, right? Then you also have to worry about, you know, translation layers and things. But I don't see that being a showstopper, right? Absolutely. I think if the business case is there and the people are successful there, the divide that needs to be traversed in order to make it successful, people will do that, right? The world you're seeing right now, where you have handheld devices, I lived in a world where I dreamed that we would be able to play AAA games in our hands like this. It did not seem possible until there was a will and a business case for it. And now it's falling out of the ether left and right, right? All these devices are coming out that can do exactly that. So, you know, as far as the technology is concerned, the technology is a few smart people and some time away from getting to where we need to go. It's just keeping the business case alive for making it worth it, right? So thank you so much for that. Gerald Mack, $2 super chat. Should Xbox look into a VR again? That's an interesting question.
No,
sir. That's an interesting question, sir. As a VR head, I have a wanting for that, but as Everborn Saga says, it's not necessarily the most advantageous, not the most intelligent thing right now. You know, it's a little difficult. So as much as I want them to, probably not. They are in VR as much as they can be right now, because PC VR wouldn't exist without them. They keep it alive. Their backbone basically supports it. Without the Windows infrastructure, PC VR doesn't exist. So there's that.
I just
go ahead.
want to talk about Lucius Augustus's last chat.
Okay. He says, why does Everborn discount
contort himself?
Why does everyone contort himself into a knot when the solution is right in front of him? Windows licensing will kill all of this, but Xbox licensing would still be strong. Series SP is the answer. Listen, I don't agree or disagree with him on that, but you go ahead. Go ahead.
So I am, if nothing else, sir, a pragmatist
and consistent.
I hate PC gaming with a passion. I don't want a PC, right? I am saying that this is the answer because Microsoft is not going to make that Series SP that we all want. So barring them not making it, what is our best solution here? Right?
So my question to you is, why won't they make it?
Series SP.
Why do you say they won't make the one we all want?
Because we've seen the leaked documents and they're not going to make it.
Oh, come on. Just because you saw that doesn't mean that's automatic, right? That was before this was a thing, right? Those documents were before this was a thing. And now Phil is talking about, oh, this is my Xbox on the go on a daily every time anybody asks him.
Okay, and then
I
what
don't
happens
think that conversation is the same way.
When they make it and it's PC based?
But this is the question. Will it be PC based though? It doesn't necessarily have to be. It can be a hybrid device. What did we define? It is a VM. It is a hypervisor-based device. By the way, I understand we might be speaking Greek, but if you run Windows Pro or any other Windows version above Home, you already have that hypervisor layer built into Windows. They built it in. It's called Hyper-V, right? They just use it at a very low level, very hardware-based level in the consoles, but it exists on PC today, which means you can boot it up and inside that thing is Xbox 360 or OG Xbox. You can literally do that today. Now, obviously, it's not easily done, right? Because they're not going to hand you their virtual machines and say, go to town, because that's a huge security risk. But they can literally allow hybrid devices where, hey, you're running a Windows machine, right? Windows stuff, and you want to play 360, boom, you boot up a 360 hypervisor, 360 VM, and in that world, you are now fully in console land. Now, the question to that, and that's why I said let's put a pin in the conversation of the SP future talk, is when we talk in that realm, it brings other interesting things to the forefront. Battery life. When we're talking VR hypervisors, you need to provide resources for both the device, which is the host, right, and the guest, which is the VM inside of it that thinks it's the 360. How will that work in battery life? It changes the equation a lot, because then it gives you more problems to traverse, and we shall see if they actually are able to traverse that, and if the business case makes it warranted, right? Because the one thing. Please, Umbra, expound. No, go ahead. Yes.
I was just going to say, I think that's the biggest point, is that the business side of it doesn't really make sense for them. And a lot of people are like clamoring for a handheld for them, but I don't, much like the VR situation for Sony, we can already see that that's going to be a failed thing in a minute. It's not going to be something they're going to continue with, in my opinion. I know that the little Horizon Forbidden West DLC little VR thing won a little award somewhere, but that's not doing anything. I thought it was a foregone conclusion before that VR is just, I don't think it's ready for prime time. So just to say what Gerald Mack was talking about with the VR, because I never actually spoke on that, I don't think Microsoft would ever get into that, and I don't want them to, because I have no interest in it personally. But as far as the handheld situation goes, why would Microsoft even invest in something like that when you have these devices like the Steam Deck and you have the ROG Ally and the AO Neo and all that? Like, to me, it is a waste of R&D for them, and they were already spending money left and right getting all these studios and funding the thousands and hundreds of thousands of people they employ. I feel like, if anything, they're going to continue on with hardware as far as consoles go. I just don't see any reason for them to get into the handheld business.
Let me just be devil's advocate here.
Yep.
Again, I would prefer them to do a console because that makes it the simplest. But I've only fallen back to a UI solution because I agree with you, Umbra,
it's a shorter term solution.
Going to be practical. It's not going to be practical for them. Now, the thing is this. The reason people like Lucius Augustus and myself and Mr. Inferno Games want a console-based handheld is because right now, Umbra, you have a ROG Ally, right? What games do you play on it?
A bunch of things, from indies typically, but I play some.
Now, how does that work when you want to play that same game on your Xbox and then you want to go on the handheld?
In which way do you mean?
In any way, does it just work?
It typically just works. It typically just works.
Hold on.
But you're wrong on this point, Everborn.
No.
Continue. Yes,
I don't wait. Just let Umbra answer the question.
Well, it typically just works. For instance, if I go to the armored, what do they call that thing?
Armored crate.
Armored crate. I load up the game, or whatever. It syncs, the save or whatever I'm doing.
How is that sync happening? Who's handling that sync?
Well, I'm guessing it's going through the servers and such that Microsoft has set up. I'm not sure.
So it's only Microsoft Play Anywhere games, is what you're saying?
That seems to be the case.
So that's primarily the issue. I will give you an example. Starfield, right? I play it on my PC. It's amazing. Visuals, fantastic. That is when I'm in my office during the day when I probably should be working, right? Now, in the evening, when I'm in my room or whatever, in the bedroom or whatever, the missus goes to sleep, I'm playing on the Xbox. Pick up exactly where I left off. No issues. Seamless experience. Perfect. Take it on the go. Play on the ROG Ally. Done. It all works the way you expect. Now, let's take that over to Diablo 4, right? I buy it on the Xbox, right? And then I'm playing it and I want to take it on the go. But at that time, Blizzard didn't offer cross-buy. They offered cross saves. So in order for me to take it with me on the go, I had to buy the game again in BattleNet, and then it would come over and I could take it with me and share my experience. And then we'll come to Sonic Superstars, a game that I would love. Hang on. Man. Let me do my thing.
I need to disabuse you of your knowledge real quick.
Again. So Sonic Superstars, I buy that, and there's not even an option in the Windows Store, so I would have to buy it again in Steam, and then it doesn't even have cross save. And so these are 3 different examples of how it could work, how it sometimes works, and how it doesn't work at all. And all of that sort of gobbledygook mess is why it is difficult to say you're just going to go from console to a PC-based handheld. And that's the reason people don't like that. And people want
what you're doing right now,
have a console-based situation.
What you're doing right now is exactly what this man did here, which is salute to him. Great man. Love him. Love his takes. He had to mea culpa because he was wrong about the Series S. You're using business reasons to define technical limitations that don't exist. And they don't exist today, and they will exist tomorrow when you apply your solution. And follow me here. I'll tell you exactly what I mean by that, right? You're saying the reason why they
horrible analogy, but go ahead.
Sure. You're saying the reason why they should build a Series S is because it'll traverse all this weird divide, and then you'll be a portable Series S. Then you'll just be able to continue having your seamless experience. The minute that exists, the divide will be created. And how do I know this? Simple example, right? You have GeForce Now. Oh, we don't have hardware. It's just your account on a server, on a computer somewhere. You log into your account, and everything you own is now available to you via that account. Simple premise. Everyone went, wow, yay, until it went green. And oh, by the way, it was something that was in use for 2-3 years before it went green. So every one of us who had an NVIDIA Shield, we had access to that, and we used it for years. The minute it went green and they started offering a subscription service, guess what happened? All of a sudden, well, yeah, it is technically possible for you to do exactly that, but we didn't give you that. That wasn't part of our negotiation with you when we put it on your platform. So now that you're letting everyone access it free in the cloud, as if technically it's their own device, which is in technical terms no different from you accessing it local. It's just somebody's letting you borrow their device to be able to access to it. No, that breaks terms of service. So now we need to pull all those games, even though you own them. We need to pull them for your library until GeForce decides to give us a deal, or we get a deal with the publishers before we put them back, right? What you're describing, you're saying, let's make this Series S so it'll traverse the divide and we'll just be able to have this seamless experience. The minute you do that, right, all of a sudden, all the what do you call it, the Like a Dragon games, which are buy anywhere, they can easily go, yeah, that wasn't the deal we made with you. We said you could do that on your console and your PC. Now you're letting people take it on the go? That was not part of our deal. More money, please, and they will all do that, which is exactly what they did to bring GeForce to its knees. It has nothing to do with the technical limitations. Those limitations can easily be divided. Those technical limitations can easily be divided. If you don't come into this negotiation with the business saying, look, this is what we're trying to do, and you have to allow us, meaning there needs to be concessions made for all of that in business. Every time you cross that technical divide, a new roadblock will be put up because the publishers want to get paid. So all that stuff you're talking about will not matter in the technical terms, because the minute you put it out there, they'll go, where's our money?
Okay, let me disabuse you of that complete notion right now.
Go ahead, yes.
They just did all of that with the backwards compatibility program.
Which
all of it, everything.
And oh, by the way, your backward compatibility argument is my point. Not all of your backward compatibility games even exist.
That's fine. They don't all have to, but they do.
Only the ones that the publisher allowed. This is your problem. Right?
That's fine, but no one says that the Xbox One is not backwards compatible, or the Xbox Series.
I have buddies of mine who are huge Xbox 360 fans, huge Xbox One fans. They still have their OG Xboxes and 360s today because there are certain key titles that they are still. I still own an OG Xbox because that's the only way I can get my Jet Set Radio Future experience the way I want it. Because for specifically that game, Sega went, nah, fam, you can't have that. And that will always be your problem. I hear what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is, as long as business is allowed to make that determining factor, no matter what technological bridge you create to make it work, unless you're ready to pay them, or unless you're ready to concede to whatever they say, and sometimes it's just, sorry, fam, you can't record footage. Try to do that on your Max Payne 3 version. You're not gonna be able to do that. Why? Because Take-Two said so.
Unnecessary amount of weight on that, whereas it would be as Lucius Augustus says, a much larger hurdle to handle it going the PC route. It's infinitely more difficult to handle. I am not saying that the PC route is easier or not. I'm just saying you're providing this solution to say that would traverse a divide and keep it unique, kind of like Starfield. I'm telling you that's not necessarily it. Because yes, they can do that in first party because they can. The minute you try to do that with something that's not fully yours, those publishers have the ability to come in. First party games back compatibility? No, is it only first party games?
But this is my point.
So it's doable.
My point is, as long as those third parties have a say, your library will never be complete. And that's where we live. But it doesn't have
to be complete. You're letting the good be the enemy of the bad, perfect, or whatever the hell.
Whatever.
Right? So yes, there will be some limitation to it, but that's not a reason to not do it that way, because a lot more of your library would carry over.
Well, but see, the problem is the fact
every game that is in Game Pass.
Yeah.
Not every game that's in Game Pass, but most games that are in Game Pass, if you want to get in Game Pass, you already have to allow your stuff to be in the cloud. Just for
not all of them. Not all of them. Nope.
I said not all of them.
Yep. But this is the point though.
A lot of
it will, like, because of the way the system is today, you will always have the shaving off
by this
of
logic,
the library.
You could never do anything.
No. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. What I'm saying is, by the logic I'm describing, you need to focus less energy on the technical limitations, because those are limitations put up by business. And you need to focus more on the business case and traversing that business divide. Because the minute that they are all on the same page, all of those issues you're describing are just table stakes. They're gone, right? What you're describing is a problem. I'm not saying it's not. That unique, that seamless experience from your mobile device to your desktop, it is all available to you once every business case is on the same page. And until you do, you can traverse all these divides with great tech. They will always put up a new roadblock. And that will just keep happening because business needs more priority.
Let me put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Right? If they go into next generation and say, we're making a portable device, If you want to be on our platform, you're going to allow us to continue to sell your games and people to play it on this device. Do they not want access to the 100 million or 75 million, however many million people will be in that ecosystem? It will be your choice, publisher, if you want to hold out for this reason.
So you're saying they're going to have to be dictatorial to them?
No. I mean, listen. By the logic we're talking about, no one would have said yes to any games in the backwards compatibility program, but people did say yes, right? And so those people, though, and I am sure that all of those games that are backwards compatible now, they will continue to be backwards compatible going forward for future iterations, because that's how you would license something like that.
It depends though. Everborn, right? And because some of those games, as Kay pointed out, not everything is backward compatible from every third-party publisher. Sometimes they might allow some of those games because it'll increase interest, maybe for the sequel that they might put out. Who knows? Right. But the business part is the biggest hurdle, and Kay is 100% correct there, because it's not that they can't do what you're talking about; it's the fact that they'd have to pay. Yes. If I'm a third-party publisher, I would want you to pay me too. I don't want to just give up my game when I could get another sale.
Okay, so when the next Xbox comes out, right? Why can't they just let you play these current generation games on?
That may not necessarily be the case. I was about to disabuse you of that as well. Just because you have the license to do it last time does not necessarily mean it's in perpetuity forever.
Okay, now we're in fanciful.
But you know what? It is interesting we have this conversation. I am super excited to continue having this conversation, but I kept a little something back just to see if it would work. We're having this conversation about the deep ins and outs of the gaming business. We're going to talk about the deep ins and outs of potential AI and how it will affect the gaming business. So we are like diehard, passionate viewers and lovers of this gaming industry. You know, we keep a close eye on it, but with the exception of Mr. Everborn Saga, that's touched it in a very small indie kind of way, pause, we have not been in the room where it happens. We have not been a part of those decision-making processes. And as such, I put a feeler out to my boy, one of my lifelong friends, and he agreed to be here. And he's on Pacific time, so he's real early. So brother, I appreciate you being here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my buddy, my brother from another mother. I have known this man for too long. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I don't even see you. What happened? Hold on.
Well, you gotta fix your situation.
Oh, I need to fix
what's
my
happening,
situation.
brother. What's
going on? It's the man, Mashano Loon. What's going on, Mashano? Welcome to the show, sir.
What's up, my brother?
It's been a while, man. How you been?
Doing good, man. So excited to be here with you guys.
I just want to know if you opened your Series X yet. That's all.
Oh,
Listen,
God.
So what? You ain't gotta go at me like
that. Yeah.
We supposed to be brothers.
Yeah. Keep it moving. Keep it talking. Go ahead. Yeah. What happened? Tell me.
What happened was.
Oh boy, I know where this is going.
What were you guys talking about, anyways? This is enough about me.
So we are talking about so just so you understand, and don't worry, I'll fix the issues in the system. What we're talking about is this, okay? Mr. Everborn Saga, and please let me know. And by the way, real quick, to give this man his flowers, to let people in the chat. If you don't know this man, you don't know where he's from, you don't know why I'm bringing him on the stage. He has been in the room where it happened. Some of his small resume. He's Hamilton, yeah. His some of his resume equals EA. It equals Epic. It equals People Can Fly. It equals one of the executive producers for Candy Crush, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's been in the room where it happens, ladies and gentlemen. He's been about those conversations. He knows what we're talking about here. The question we're asking is, right now, Everborn Saga brings up the point of, because the seamless traversal of mobile or handheld to console to PC only tends to be seamless in the first party. He's advocating that Microsoft create a handheld or hybrid device so that can kind of traverse everywhere we go. And now I agree with him on that, right? I do. But what I'm pushing back on him on, and you can help me to tell me I'm wrong or right, is business case has to be made first before any of the technical prowess, because even if you make this perfect, excellent solution where you pick up your game, you're playing it on your PC or your console, you can boom, and then it traverses the divide and you're now on mobile and you're moving forward. If business or if the publishers go, yeah, we didn't give you permission to do that, right? We only gave you permission for console, or we only gave you permission for PC, and you're using well, it is a console, it's just a hybrid console. Nope, they're still gonna take their games away and gonna make you pay. So business solutions have to come before the technical solutions because those tend to be easy. Am I wrong, sir?
Well, first of all, it's good to be here.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yes.
And what's up to everyone on Eastern time that showed up early for this? Early for me, not early for you guys.
Yes,
early for me, and everybody on the West Coast too. No, first of all, it's a business. Just quick shout out to Todd, who's the actual executive producer on Candy. I was one of the producers on Candy. I just happen to have the biggest team that was making the most money, but that's a detail.
Yes.
You make a really good point. The legal aspect of gaming is generally not spoken about that often. It's kind of like the hidden person in the room. Because when we think about gaming as fans, but also as people that are in the industry, we're thinking about the games, or we're thinking about the game developer, or we're thinking about, the studio is doing ABC and so and is rumored. Nobody's going out there talking about, hey man, legal is. Nobody talks about that. Nobody cares about that. Only recently, with the whole Activision thing, the whole legal thing became a bigger thing in the news, and Everborn Saga tweeting about it, everybody tweeting about it. But that's quite uncommon. Generally, in gaming, we talk about the game. So when you're dealing with a game company, there's basically two factors that drive everything, which is what you've touched on. Does it make money? That's the first thing. Does it even make any financial sense? And the second thing is where you get into the nitty gritty, talking about SKUs and stuff like that, is that it's very specific about when a game is created before we even get into the game creation of what it could be published on. And that language, as you can imagine, is so specific that you could not get away with it is a console, I guess. That is just not how they play it. There's so much about their money that the language is so specific that you can't get around it, and it would cause beyond just a massive issue for that specific case. We're also talking about decade-long relationships. We're talking about it's a small industry. People know each other. That's one of the downsides of the industry, with it being so small. Doing something like that, if Microsoft would indeed say, and I'm not saying that it's a bad idea for them to have a mobile device.
Grown man switch, we call it. Grown man switch.
If they make a grown man switch.
Yeah.
If they make a grown man switch, that's not necessarily a bad idea. But the idea that they can just do that, and that games can just be published on that, and that would not be a humongous.
They'd have to renegotiate a lot of that, right? The back compat might change. They might go, sorry, Take-Two might go, sorry, we didn't allow you to do back compat on a mobile device. It was back compat only on your desktop. So now you have to renegotiate that, right? There could be a lot there. That's all I'm saying,
usually,
right?
Yeah, that's usually the holdup. And companies, they're trying to make money. So at one point, these games were coming out on every. When I was with EA, I started out at EA in testing. They'd release these games like FIFA on every console possible, but some of these versions were just trash. It was just the quality was so down to the point where the people testing it were like, "This is trash. This is really bad." But they're just trying to get every dollar out of that name. But you can tell that the industry has changed a little bit in that they're understanding okay, well, that also costs money to make that port, and is it really worth it? What's the ROI? What does it do for the brand, etc. So you definitely, with Game Pass and with all the competition that's out there, more games, more fight for attention, so there's definitely a drive in the industry for more quality, which also affects doing these really low quality ports. So when a company like 2K hears Microsoft wants to do it's not how we think it is, as if you're how we look at Hollywood. It's not how we think it is. It's very different. So when you're in the room, let's say you're in the room with Apple, for instance, and Apple comes up with something, let's say that they come up with, hey, we want to do so and so, and we want Candy Crush to be the first game on this. Let's say that it's
Apple Arcade or whatever. Yeah.
No, let's say iMessage games.
Okay.
And let's say that I'm in the room and Todd's in the room. Apple comes visits us in Stockholm.
Hypothetically, of course. Hypothetically, continue.
It's never happened.
Yes.
I wasn't
Continue.
there. And they come in, and there's already an issue with how these companies work. It's a little bit of a power struggle. They want you to visit them. You want them to visit you. I know that sounds crazy, but that's part of the game. So ultimately, they come visit you, and they get whatever they want, and they're there in their suits, and we're there in our kind of more casual video game creator clothes, and it's kind of a bit of awkward vibe, and they say, like, we have news for you. The news is we're intending a year and a half from now to make iMessage games. So you hear this like way before everyone hears it. You would, we as fans would be like, oh my God, this sounds incredible. We should do this. But we already walked into the meeting kind of with knowing what we want to get out of it. And any deviation from that is actually not to the best benefit of us. So this becomes like an issue, right? And this is kind of what happens all the time between publishers and the creators. And 2K is a perfect example. Let's say Microsoft says this, and 2K is thinking to themselves, but we don't want that. We don't want, that's not part of our business plan or how we see the product or what we want our customers to do.
Yep.
So it can actually not go as smooth.
Whenever we want our consumers to think of us, when they think of mobile, we want them to think of our mobile games, not Microsoft's mobile device. So 2K will say, hey, you want a console? Great. As soon as you dock it and it's a PC device, it's a console device, you can play all our games. Mobile, nope, we're not doing it. So every time you pick up that device and it becomes hybrid, all those games stop working.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How did that work for Valve going from PC to the Steam Deck?
Is it for Casey?
Yeah, he's asking me, but from Valve going from PC to the, I guess I don't understand. Please elaborate what you mean by that.
No, I mean, because the Steam Deck's a portable device and everything just works.
Oh no,
no,
but no. That's different. No. That is different. They did not build a console that you profile for. They are building a device.
It's portable and you're taking it on the go. That was the definition we gave before, wasn't it?
But remember, the Steam store is a different beast altogether. Steam and PC gaming is it's not a closed ecosystem where everything is profiled. You can put a piece of crap on Steam and Valve has nothing to do with it. It just puts it out.
You can call it a piece of crap.
Yes, and Valve will let it. They have no right, as long as you don't hit their terms of service or whatever, you can release whatever you want. That's an open ecosystem. We're talking the difference between an open ecosystem like Valve and a closed ecosystem like a console platform, right? Where every piece is meticulously approved, and when it doesn't happen and you get your cautionary tales like your cyberpunks, it reverberates in the console ecosystem forever. There's no way that it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's different between Valve and
you're pointing out that it's a storefront, basically.
It's a storefront that they gave you hardware with versus an ecosystem where you can hit the button and hit play and expect it to work seamlessly every time. When that doesn't happen in Valve's case, you go complain to the publisher or you go complain to your PC manufacturer. It's a different ecosystem.
You are explaining a user experience as opposed to a business licensing thing, and I feel like we're holding to these business licensing rules in one scenario where at the end of the day, if you publish on Xbox or PlayStation,
a PC license is different than a
you
console
are publishing
license. Am I wrong?
Into a store.
No, but a PC license is different than a console license.
How
it
so?
Is. I mean,
because obviously, I started out in testing, and then after the testing, when a game goes gold and it's ready to go, it's tested. Then it goes to certification, and then it goes into submission. And in the submission process, they're going back to legal. They have a literal Bible. Okay, I'm exaggerating. It's not literally a Bible, but it's practically a Bible with all the terms of that are used for PlayStation,
Xbox,
Nintendo.
Yep.
In the case of Nintendo, you even have a max time from pressing start until the player can actually play. There's all these rules and guidelines that the creator of the game has to follow in order for Microsoft or Nintendo or Sony to say, yes, this can be on our platform. So it's actually quite complex and difficult to even get a game out on one of the consoles, just going through their whole certification process. Because if in the certification process, Sony or Nintendo or Microsoft find an issue, they basically say, no, this is a rejected submission. That has to be fixed. They have to create a new build, and they get fined. I think at the time when I was there, this is a long time ago, it's probably more now, it was like 100K per SKU. So like if it's the Italian PlayStation build for FIFA, that's one SKU that would be 100K. And if there's multiple, then it would be multiple. And if there's multiple languages where there's multiple, so we're talking about millions of dollars here.
And Valve, you could wake up on a Monday and drop it in a bucket, and they could give two craps. It's an open ecosystem. Whoever wants to put it in there, puts it in there. Unless you're not being hateful, unless you're not being racist, they have certain terms of service that you need to adhere to. Otherwise, drop it. It's an open ecosystem, and you are responsible for the quality that comes out. Right? Versus the console side, where it is meticulously dealt with on a case by case to like even the font on the screen basis. Different ecosystems.
And Kay, just to ask, so it couldn't be just a case where, and Marchi, to you too, there couldn't be a case where they just said, hey, we're building a portable Series S, more or less. Would that mitigate anything, or would it still be under the same rules that you're basically saying?
Thank you. Yes, and real quick before you give me that answer, let me thread that needle and add the super chat that was actually asking that same question, which was Victor Alistine. Thank you so much, sir. $5 super chat. He says Everborn is right, but a Series S console could kill the competitors, causing business problems and making the 3.5 billion difficult to reach, like, as far as people, right? What is the case? How can they traverse the divide and say, well, it's a portable Series S. You allowed us to use a Series S. That's where you allowed us to put the console on. Now this is literally a Series S, because we've already defined that specifically Xbox, they use hypervisors that literally create that environment that the game works, and it thinks it's a 360, or it thinks it's a Series X, so within that bubble of the divide, it is exactly that. It plays exactly like that. All the encryptions are there. There's no code change, but it just happens to be playing on a hybrid device. Do you think they have a business case to say, you got nothing to say because it's, we haven't changed any rules of the game. It's exactly the same device. Or by the very nature of it now being something in your hand now versus it being on a console, it changes things, and they can use that as a sticking point.
Well, there's a technical aspect here, right? So if you have a Series S, there are certain technical things happening that make a build run on this Series S. Now for that, you could not take that exact build and run it on this portable device. It's literally a different technology. So because of the nature of that would turn that other build, the one that does work on the Series S portable, into a new SKU. And just because of the nature of that, this is now it's a new thing in this ecosystem, and it's very hard. It's literally a brand new thing. So there would have to be legal work, and there would have to be an agreement between the developer and the publisher that says, yes, you will not only create a game that will be published on the Series S and the Series X, it will also be now on the Series, whatever they call it,
SP
the Series
or whatever.
Portable,
Yes.
SP,
even though it's exactly the same game, same code, same
game,
everything.
same code. Yeah. But still, internally, from a technical aspect, the development team has to do something to make it work on this new device. Even if they use practically the same technology, just the fact that the screen is smaller.
Good point.
So that has to be coded somewhere. Like
maybe we have to change this font size so that it can scale to a smaller screen. Doesn't matter why you touch code. It's just the very nature that it's mobile now. Yeah. Please.
And it's it was mentioned before, like, hey, this hurts their mobile business potentially. But somebody will do the math on it and see if it could make sense, and they will give it a try, because anything to make more money. So if someone in finances and says this could actually work, and someone in legal says, okay, we can make it work, then it can be done and it can be tried. But it's not just
It's
I
not
don't
a
know.
foregone
Tomorrow,
conclusion.
we're doing this tomorrow type of thing.
It's not a foregone. You don't just build an SP and say, "Yep, we're fine," because we already have that agreement from way back. Please go ahead.
I want to just level set about why we have gone down this rabbit hole.
Absolutely, yeah.
And this what we are saying, the people who want them to do a first of all, I don't think anyone thinks it would happen this generation. You do this at a clean break next generation. Yeah. So that's the first thing. The second thing is all these things that we are talking about, these business problems, they are solvable. They will need to be solved again when they make another Xbox.
Exactly.
Everything that is licensed for Xbox right now is licensed for this version of Xbox. Exactly. And they will then have to turn around when there's a new iteration of that platform and do all this again. It is not like everyone is going to say, no, nothing can work and you got to pay everybody and everybody's going to say no. So that's thing one. Thing two is what we are saying is that working out that licensing, even if at a case-by-case basis where most people would say yes, but then you'd have some outliers, just like the backwards compatibility program. And in the same way that Sony got almost every PS4 game to run on PS5, if not all of them, right? They were able to do that. So if next generation rolls around, we think it would be less of a hassle to go the console route than to go the PC route where you have to deal with the hodgepodge that you have today. Right? Because the hodgepodge today is, if you have a PC-based handheld, how do you deal with everything you purchased on, what do you call it? That's a much harder legal problem to solve. Yeah. Right? So that's why we're saying that. And then the question is, even if you can solve that issue, maybe you make something that has a better UI on the PC, and then you run the old games virtualized, not in the cloud, just virtualized.
Virtualized,
so
like
spinning up a container. Yeah. And this is why I said, if emulation is legal, right?
Which it is, but that's literally what they're doing now.
Emulator.
It's kind of
you have
emulation.
That in the back, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing now.
You have that running in the background. It's all perfectly legal, like the KFC guy says.
Yes.
But of course, run those
the unfortunate nature of that is, since those console games were never profiled for mobile use, it changes the equation, right? And of course, as we're playing this game, unfortunately, it looks like StreamYard has killed us. Fantastic. And of course, I'm sure folks see StreamYard has killed us, but don't worry, we'll jump right back in and the guys will be right there. One moment, please. And StreamYard, and we're back. StreamYard killed us.
But
we're back.
He's back. Yeah.
StreamYard killed us.
So here's the question, I guess, and then we can move on from this, because I really want to talk about AI.
Absolutely. Let's go.
And I want to go around the whole panel.
We're doing it.
Should Xbox make a portable Xbox? Should they make their own? And if so, should it be PC or console based? Quick answer.
Haven't they already done it by making it possible for you to allow games on mobile?
You mean through the cloud?
Yeah.
He's talking only native rendering.
Yeah, no,
Forget.
I know what he's talking about. But if you are Microsoft and you're looking at Sony, who's done the handheld thing, and you're looking at Sega, who's done the handheld thing, and you're looking at Nintendo, who's done the handheld thing, you're looking at Valve, they've done the handheld thing. Why do you guys think that Microsoft has not yet, as one of the most, like they're like as corporate as it gets, they want to get paid?
Why haven't they done
why
it
do
yet?
Why do you guys think that in all the years of gaming they've never said let's do that? Do you think it's a financial analysis where they were like, the ROI doesn't make sense, let's just keep making new consoles with confusing names and get paid?
I think that's exactly what it is, Marchi. And I said that earlier. I don't think it makes businesses for them money-wise. I think if
don't
you
forget
see
the confusing
Sony
name
get
part, though. You need that part too to make the money.
But I see, like, you look at Sony get out of that. To me, that tells me enough. I don't think
Sony got out of it.
Yeah, Sony got out of it. I don't think it's enough there. I think even the portable PlayStation Portable thing they got. I think that's going to flop. I just don't think it's there for Microsoft to do it. At least they don't think it is, and I don't think enough people would adopt it personally. But to your question, Everborn, no, I don't think they should, and I don't think they would. As far as if they did, though, I would say console based. I wouldn't go PC based with it, but that's because I have the ROG Ally. That's my own personal thing, because I have one that's basically on PC. So I would like one that's console based, straight native. I don't have to deal with the nonsense. That would be my thought.
How about you, Everborn? Please.
I asked the question. You answer, and then I'll go.
I thought Marchi's question was kind of apt.
Okay.
Where would they go with it? Go ahead, because I have my answer, and I want to hear yours first.
You're still tricking me in the answer first, but that's fine. But I think again, as the pragmatist here,
clearly,
there are 1 billion people gaming on PC, and 99% of those billion people are gaming on Windows.
Yep.
Right. That's just a fact. Now they don't control that store because most of those people are gaming on Steam. However, if they could get their act together with the store and they could get their act together with a UI, this UI would help them in PC and in this handheld space, and they don't have to make any of the hardware. So I think, even though I would like the console, I think the answer is to again, what we talked about earlier, make one OS to rule them all. The experience should be the same from a user perspective on your PC, on your handheld, and on your TV or your console, and in the cloud. There should be, you should just know that Xbox UI, whether you're loading it up on your LG or Samsung TV through the cloud, whether you're playing it natively on a console on your TV, whether you're running game mode in Windows, or whether you're running an Xbox OS on your handheld. If they do that, I think that's their best bet, and it handles all of those things in areas that are actually growing. And personally, I think the Xbox platform itself needs to be PC based, so you're running the same binaries on your console, which is just a PC in disguise, or it should be next generation. And that way.
So are you saying, hold on, everyone, I thought I heard one thing, but now I hear the other. Are you saying you want a hybrid device, but you want it to be PC backend based, not console backend based?
Going forward.
So you just want it to all be like x86 PC back, not console backend based.
I mean, it could be ARM and emulation, right?
Damn it.
You got Windows on.
I hate to
ARM
say
now.
it, man. See, this is the problem. This is what happens from time to time. I hate it, but I have to agree with them. Son of a bitch. I was about to say you wrong.
Listen. I already see it. So again, people are saying they don't want Windows, but I'm not talking about Windows the way you know it.
Yes.
I am talking about a Steam Deck like experience for Windows, where the Windows UI is entirely optional, if not gone altogether.
Yes.
Right? And that way they can play up to in areas where they can control and they are growing, right? So this is going to take them fixing their store situation, which is, I'm going to use my one for today, dog shit. Hopefully they can do that with BattleNet, and it's going to take them completely getting rid of the Windows UI for when you don't need it. And how they do that, there's different ways they could do it. But you don't have to load all those things. It takes work on the Windows side to make that happen. But it is doable, and I think that's where they have the biggest upside, because again, all their remember, Windows is like a zombie, right? It won't die. And every time sales slow down, Microsoft finds a new way to transform Windows to new form factors so that their manufacturers have new things to tell people they need to buy. So when PC and when laptop sales were slowing down, then the MacBook Air came out, and then the Surface came out, and they're like, oh, you can make these thin laptops. Oh, okay, you can make these hybrid tablet PCs. Now I think the thing that their partners will want to sell are these gaming handhelds and things like that. So, and again, gaming PCs are a large driver of growth in the PC space. So it helps other sides of the business for them to do it this way. And if they make a reference device, right, just to show people, okay, this is what you can do. Maybe you can make this better than me with better specs for the people that want it. But the people who don't want to think about any of this, they can buy a handheld that is based on Windows with an Xbox UI, and they can buy what is the next Xbox, which is secretly a PC in disguise. And when Slow-Mo builds his next PC or K builds his next PC, they're gonna run this OS on it, and they're gonna have the same experience as me, the console troglodyte.
So as much as I hate to disagree with him, I have to agree with him. I do, because even me alone right now, I just for the sake of argument, I just happen to look 544 Steam games currently and counting. And that's from the 90s onward. And if you're a PC gamer or you're a gamer in any stripes that you've used Steam for a long time, you have a library that extends to back before digital was digital, right? And the backbone of PC gaming has always been even those games. If I were to load up a game from like 98 right now, it'll play on this device.
But
right?
What about the licensing, Kay?
But that's because it's not a closed ecosystem. That's the difference, right? The only way Xbox is able to traverse that divide is if they also make a non-closed ecosystem thing, right? Just like the Steam Deck is basically a portable PC. That's what it is. There's no locked ecosystem in it. You can play all your old stuff on it because it's still a PC, right? If you try to make it a closed ecosystem a la console, then all that laundry list of stuff that Marchi was talking about becomes a factor in the equation. That's the reason why PC people don't pay for cloud access or online access. It's an open ecosystem. Some of them work, some of them don't. It's up to you to decide whether you want to play in that water or not. And that's why you got the drivers and it's not working and it crashed. Whereas on console, if that happened 1 minute, you'd see troglodytes in the streets ready to tar and feather people because I paid my $60, right? Different ecosystem. That's what this is. So if Microsoft wants to play in those waters, they need to also make an open-ended reference design where Epic could be installed, where anybody else could be installed. Although, just like Steam, it puts their UI front and center on display. That's the only way they can traverse it. Please, Infinite Number.
Can I introduce one other wrinkle I think I see a problem with?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So, Kay, in Everborn, with your theory there, and I think for those who do want an Xbox handheld, I think another problem arises. What happens then when they make that SKU and it's a Series S handheld, but you have all these other devices that's competing with it that are far more powerful than it is, and it's going to continue to get far more powerful than it is. Then what happens with that Series S portable? It becomes obsolete. I think at the end of the day, it's a waste of money for them.
Well, okay. Here's where I will push back and I'll agree with Everborn Saga a little bit on this, okay? I agree with you that in the world of, because you're still thinking in a console parlance, and you're absolutely right. In a console parlance, you make a reference design. It's what it is for 6 years, and that's it. But to your point, they make the Series SP, right? And then the Ally 2 comes out, and it blows it away in all aspects. And oh, by the way, you can play all the same games on it. And then the Steam Deck 2 comes out, and it blows it away. You can't have that be the paradigm, right? They can't make a closed design. It would have to be a Surface device. It can't be an Xbox, right? In order for it to live alongside your allies and it would have to be a PC device that also plays games. So it does not adhere to any of the console like tight-lipped trajectories there, right? I'm sorry, you were saying?
Will the next Switch be backwards compatible?
Oh, sir, you do
It
not
seems
want
like
this to be an 8-hour podcast. I don't.
It seems like it won't from what I'm
Just
hearing.
asking you a question, sir. Will it be backwards compatible?
I think that I will defer to the mans who knows, Special Nick from Xbox Era, who has a rumor out that it'll be both. You can buy one that is and one that isn't. And I think honestly that may be the way they go about it, because they want to break that divide. But just like everybody else on here, it can't be done easily.
But the licensing. How are they going to make all of those games work on the next?
But this is the point. These are the conversations that are being had. See, you talk as if we're saying it's debilitating. We're not saying it's debilitating. It's impossible. We're saying
like that's what you're saying.
No. We're saying it's not a foregone conclusion that it worked in that one, so it'll just keep working and that's it. No,
but
there will be renegotiation. And many of your games, some games will slip.
I am saying are.
And by the way, Marchi, speak to the fact that you have your favorite 360 games that still have not come to 360 to the next gen because of these business concerns. It's not a technical issue. It's because EA said, nah, homie. It's because Rockstar Games said, nope, ain't happening. And then you have to deal with it. And you own it only until they decide you don't.
They don't want you playing like NBA Street Volume 2.
I knew he was gonna bring that up because he always tells me about that. You know,
man, come on, it's the best basketball game of all time.
There you go.
They don't want to be playing that for $10 when I could be paying NBA some other
backgrounds
EA
or whatever.
Like
$70
bucks.
Yep.
Or paying like in-apps or whatever the hell they want me to spend money on. It's like, that's just so technically it's just a button they need to press.
So this has been a great conversation, and I want to keep heading down this path. But we have you here, Marchi. We appreciate you being here. The chat is lively. Over 230 people in the stream watching live. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so. We appreciate you showing your support, being here. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. We see so many people in here joining the conversation and enjoying it with us. We appreciate that. I think we should move on to the main topic at hand. We're about 2 hours and 30 minutes in. I think we're going to use the rest of our time quite wisely. Before we get there, let's have a preamble, and I will ask Marchi first off. I know you haven't been in those circles as recently, right? You used to be in those circles far more in the past. What is your experience or your relationship with the use of AI tools in game development?
Yeah, so I started in gaming in 2008 and worked in it until 2021. Mm-hmm. And then I still have my consulting business where I work with game studios. So I still have my hands in the world where I work with specifically mobile, because of course I got the Candy Crush background. Mm-hmm. But just speaking to why I left the industry, but I there's this conversation now about AI in gaming, and I really find the whole AI thing extremely interesting. So currently I'm head of product for an AI startup here in Canada where I live. Mm-hmm. And
you're the perfect person to be on today.
I told you, bro. I was like, yo, let's do this. Yes, continue.
Yeah, so I work in AI, like literally my job is literally working in AI and working with a really smart development team of machine learning engineers and data scientists and developers. Because the thing that I noticed was like everyone was an AI expert on Twitter, basically, but it was all a remix of use ChatGPT for this.
Oh, prompt engineers, man. I laughed my ass off for 20 minutes after I was forced to be on a conference call for 3 hours so they could tell me about the benefits of being a prompt engineer. I'm like, do you know how long I went to school to be able to be called an engineer? And then you ask ChatGPT question, it gives you an answer, and now you're a prompt engineer? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, that's my one. That's my one.
So, and I was like, hey, I want to actually understand how AI works. How does this even work? So I ended up getting a job, and now I'm really working in it. Mm-hmm. And I was excited to talk about this today. And and I think the first time it kind of popped on everyone's radar or for me at least, loving gaming, was when Ubisoft announced that they had this tool, Ghostwriter, and they said like, hey, it's going to be, to make a long story short, no, don't worry, nobody's gonna, because let's let's talk about it. The real problem everybody's worried about is like everybody's going to lose their job and it's going to.
We're going to get to the fun part. We're going to get to that's how I call the fun section. We're going to get to the fun section.
Yeah. But you know, I think that's one that popped for everyone. So my relationship as far as tools for gaming is following it with a very high interest as someone who's passionate about gaming. At one point, of course, wants to continue making games. I think we're going to be looking at a very different world 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I don't think we're going to be looking at a very different world in the next 2 years. That's kind of my main.
Okay. That's your top level. Okay, I feel you.
My top level is like this whole, like, I was just talking with a friend of mine who has his own startup who calls this like the man versus machine fear that everyone has right now, where everyone's like, AI's coming to take your life, coming to take your jobs. You know, they used to talk about brothers like that, by the way. We were the original AI, okay? No, they're taking everything. You know, we didn't take everything. We barely got 20%. We barely got 20%. You know? So that's how people talking about AI now. Like, it's coming to change everything. It's you know, working in AI every day and understanding how complex it actually is, and how many people you need to even do the smallest increment of improvement tells me that, yes, amazing things will happen, but you always have to understand when you're looking at a highlight reel, it is a carefully put together highlight reel
of the best parts of it.
The best possible scenario in a controlled environment made by some guy on Fiverr. You know, so the actual capabilities of tools versus so many, 10 top AI tools you have to try. I actually tried it. 9 are trash. Okay, the UI that barely works. The UX makes no sense. And then there's one that you're like, I gotta say, this kind of works. And that's like the top 10 from some top influencer. So there's a lot of work to do, but it's definitely, I see a lot of amazing benefits for it. But I am definitely, we don't have to go into the will people lose their job story yet.
So I'm not gonna speak on it. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say it because I already taken my one. But I'll leave those who are able to read the screen to read Slow-Mo's chat and enjoy that for yourself. Go ahead, Everborn. I'm sorry.
This is my biggest pet peeve with it. It's a lot of people that either don't use or don't understand the tech that will tell you, you know, you'll have these sort of knee-jerk reactions to it's going to take your job. And most of this comes from them watching too many Terminator movies, right? And
stop getting to the fun section. No.
Wait a minute.
He wants to get to fun quickly. Come on.
No. But that's not what I'm saying. What people need to understand, it is that it is not trivial. It is not cost effective. And you were speaking to this, for AI to jump to the next level of general intelligence. That is a quantum leap, and it doesn't really work like that. And so, yes, the tools are interesting now, but they are not advanced enough to say they are going to replace an actual person or displace most of the people at things. There are always advancements.
Let's talk about that for a real quick. Just what you teased on right there. Let's talk about that just for a quick moment. And that's a bit of technical education that I feel most people are lacking. And you just touched on it perfectly. Everyone knows what AI is, they think, because you've been trained your entire life to know what AI is, you think. First off, the first mistake made here is calling this AI. It's not. It's super autocomplete. That's what the tech is. Why? Because what you think as AI is artificial intelligence, things that can think for themselves, which this is not. And I know that, you know, we can talk about every movie since the 80s, since the 70s, everything up until now has trained you, Terminator, RoboCop, to tell you what AI means. So when you equate AI to a real thing, fear, 1 + 1 = 2. First off, this is not AI because it doesn't think for itself. Not that colloquialism that everybody knows as AI. That's not what this is. This is, we've given you A, D, B, P, R, and it fills in the middle. It's super autocomplete. And the more we give you the background, the more you fill in the middle. It's just autocomplete to a crazy level. But the mistake that they first made was calling it AI. And what have we seen? We've seen Terminator. We've seen Skynet. We see all this thing. My children know nothing about artificial intelligence, but when you say the word AI, they will be able to tell you something that they've pulled up in some in our zeitgeist that is AI, right? This is our first problem. You don't want it to be fearful. Don't equate it to that thing that's been in the social construct as a fearful taking over of humanity for so long. That's I'm sorry. Forgive my soapbox.
A little bit on that.
Please, yes.
Distinction, because AI is the proper term. What people are, when they hear AI, what they're thinking is artificial general intelligence. That is not where we are, right? And once we get to general intelligence, then you're having those questions about these movie things, and even then. But
this is my point though with that, right? Like the concept of AI, even as a thought in a consumer's head, has the wrong connotations, because let's be honest, the well has been poisoned. Remember back in the day when we used to call it global warming, right? And then everybody went, it ain't warming, it's getting cold. And now they call it climate change, right? You have put so much poison in the well of that term that the minute you say that term now, everybody gets hung up on the dumb details that really don't matter. AI is that same poison. There's a lot of technical reasons why you would call it that. There's also technical reasons why you wouldn't. But because everyone denotes AI as that evil thing coming to get you, it's no longer a term that should be used for something that might help the world.
Problem with the term or the problem with the people, though?
Of course it's the problem with the people, but the people make this stuff exist, right? They think the world is ending. That's why global warming turned to climate change, to try and convince you that no, you're wrong, it's not the same thing. AI is not the same thing as what you see as the Terminator coming to kill you. It's not Skynet. So maybe you don't call it AI, because everybody thinks it's Skynet. This is my point.
Well, maybe not yet, Kay, to be fair.
Oh, here you go. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I hear you, but it is.
It's the well that has been poisoned, sir. It's a poisoned well, right? Even I will go, oh, Skynet's coming, you know? And we know better, right?
Sure, I guess. I want to, because you know, I mean, where's the next part of this? Are we having the adult discussion on where to take it, how we can handle it?
I know you want to have that conversation, but before we get there, right? I know, Marchi, you're this was new to you. Like, you know, it's not in full bore in the gaming when you were in gaming as it is now, and now you have a different side of it, and you're seeing how the sausage is made, so you really understand the logistics and the nitty gritty. And for folks who aren't aware, in my day job, I'm doing the same thing. I'm a technical architect, so either I'm writing the 40-page document or I am prompt engineering ChatGPT to write that 40-page article for me, right? So like AI is a part of our life on a daily at this point. So it is what it is. I guess the next question
Has that AI replaced you yet?
Stop it. That's FUD. We're getting there. Let's get to the FUD part. So but I guess the next place I want to go is, where do you, Marchi, and I'll let the chat and the panel also weigh in. Where do you see, because you have been around, like I equate this as you've been around enough to see when 8-tracks turn into cassette tapes, turn into DVD players, right? Into CDs, right? You've been around long enough to see analog workflows turn to AI augmented workflows, right? What are the benefits that we take for granted that you know people hear in you know, oh, it does this, it does that? What are the boots on the ground, not sexy term benefits that we're now seeing in gaming, in your estimation, because of this generative AI revolution here?
There's two things we have to take into account. The first thing is that there's not a developer on the planet working in gaming, or an artist, or someone who's not dealing with some form of deadlines, some form of pressure, some form of expectation, that is not currently already using tools to make their life easier, whether they were AI tools or other form of tools to make their life easier. I've not worked with a game development team where everybody was saying, let's do this the longest and most difficult way possible. That is not a thing.
Yeah.
So as much as everyone wants to be on Twitter and saying like, this is going to destroy gaming and it's going to take everyone's job, for the actual person on the inside, they're always looking for, how can I do my job in a very efficient way? Because making games is a tough sport. It's like running a marathon every week. Like, it's a tough sport, and to keep going and to succeed and to be better than the people around you, even, you're going to have to do more than just, I got talent and I want to work.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. So there is no real correlation between the outrage that we generally see from the average person on Twitter. And then there is the outrage of artists who say like, this is complete nonsense. This art was AI generated, but it's based on the art of other people. We're going into a totally different issue here. We're not talking about whether or not a tool like that could be super helpful. So the first thing is, like, the first piece of this is, hey, people that are making games always want help. Why do you think Unreal Engine goes from 4 to 5? Why didn't they just stick with 1? Because people want help. They want better tools, things to make their life easier, for games to look even better with the same effort, or ideally less effort. So that's kind of the intro to the second piece, where your question is, where do I see AI currently helping games? I think we're talking about under the 2% of impact level, where for nobody here in the chat or us playing a game, it will be like, damn, this is way better thanks to AI. This is, and that is not a thing. I think where it will go is that, going back to my first point, people will have more and better tools. Let's say that you, for instance, have a concept artist. Okay, you have this concept artist who is told, we're going to make an expansion for game X, and I want it to be set in a kind of a dystopian world. Normally what the concept artist would do is they would go off, they come back later 3 days, and you go from there to pick what direction this is going to go in, if you're like the producer and like the person in charge of all the art and the whole setting. This could now be 1 day.
Yep.
That's literally all it will do. I think what it will do is it will help us get the same quality of games in our hands earlier, and 10 years from now, 5 to 10 years from now, better games in our hands earlier. The negative of this is that the second a producer or a company figures out, wait, they can do it in 1 day, that becomes the new expectation.
Yep. And you can do it with one person with the aid of GPT or the aid of AI versus 3 or 4 people. Okay, well, that's the way we do it now. One person and the aid, rather than, which means 2 recs get missing from your thing. So that becomes a factor in the equation.
In a way, but talent, the talent
can be redistributed. Yes.
Yeah, the talent required to make games will still be essential. I don't see this AI tool that just like
replace
the magic of a game, because a game is basically magic. It's a mix between data and science and art that creates this magic that can't just be done by a tool. You're still gonna. So I don't see this thing where in 10 years we're talking and Activision is 50 people.
That'd be amazing.
AI.
It's all AI. It's all bots.
AI. AI. There's one prompt engineer.
Wouldn't it be amazing though, Marchi, for us to be able to type in a word or a description of a game we want, and AI creates it for us? Wouldn't it be something?
You mean as a foundational kind of like blueprint in your engine, and then you can go from there, for instance?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think stuff like that is really, really interesting. I think what it really will impact is quick prototyping. Like what you said, like give me a game like this, and bam, it spits out just something in
no
Unreal
code
Engine.
ways to get an idea on paper real quick.
But the no code movement's been, Casey, you can attest to this. The no code movement didn't start yesterday. It's
been on the march for years. There are no code engines out there really doing big. Go ahead, Everborn. You were saying.
And so a couple of things to touch on there. That no code thing is something that a lot of the industry is trying to get to right now, irrespective of what we colloquially consider as AI, because there's a lot of artists out there that maybe they can't code, but they could make art in that
the
space.
divide is too hard to traverse to data.
So And what you talked about, I can give you real world examples. If as many people here, if not everyone knows, I produce comic books. I work with artists all the time. There is no world where where anything from DALL-E will recreate what my artists do. But you talked about prototyping. There is a long phase whenever we introduce a new book or a new series or something like that, where we go back and forth and we say, like you said, I need the world to look like this. I want these castles with really large statues that define this history of this thing that happened. And I have tried to play with concept art there and say, look at these images. Now you go do it in your style, in the style that we do this universe. So that helps me to work with my artists, right? So that they can go and do their work. And furthermore, I had this conversation the other day about self-driving cars. And it was sort of like, how these what does the world look like when the cars drive themselves? And the person responded to me, this has been going on for a while, right? What do you think anti-lock brakes are, or ABS?
Yeah,
right?
What
do you think? What do you think lane assist is?
Yeah,
all those things.
The pieces of the puzzle have been together for a long time. They just haven't stitched together yet.
And the thing is, right? The gaming industry in and of itself is so dynamic that any workers that that may be displaced for whatever business reasons will now have these tools to go and build games with smaller people. We have Umbra on here, and that's part of the reason he's here today. He is a UE5 stan.
Yes, he is.
Right? Right now, Unreal Engine has AI in the background that can help you generate landscapes and do all those things, and
turns
it allows
a bush into a jungle.
Right.
You know.
It allows smaller
Literally.
teams to make bigger games that maybe 5-10 years ago it would have took 300 people to make. You can do it with 15 people now. That in and of itself has not led to mass layoffs. Now, we have had mass layoffs, but people are confusing COVID hiring rates with the
AI.
correction that's happening right now, and AI. And so when tools come along that make people's jobs easier to do or more efficient, that means, one, you now have other people that don't have to go through this big barrier of having access to tens of millions of dollars to make these projects. And you'll now have, listen, Sony had one first-party game this year. I bet you they would have wanted more. And if AI could have helped with that, it's not about firing all these people. It would be like, can the same amount of people make 3 first-party games this year instead of the one we were able to put out? So again, we're talking about a growing industry right now. Now, that we may be confused about that because of the console space is kind of where it is, but even from a dollars to donuts standpoint, that is even growing from a revenue perspective, not from a user base perspective. All that growth is coming from mobile and PC. But the point is, there is enough demand to, I think, for anyone who wants to make a game, we don't have enough supply of game developers right now. We just don't. And so I'm less worried about AI taking people's jobs, and I'm more interested in AI
giving people
lowering the barrier of entry so that people and small teams can create games and become the next Activision.
You know, we had that discussion on my show too. Sorry,
no, please go ahead.
And I referenced Grounded, for instance, and you talk about, what was it, 10 people that made that, now 19, I believe, is on staff. And you talk about some of these smaller teams and maybe startups or indie developers who could use these types of things, like to Everborn's point, where they could use the AI in the ever-growing way that it's working and helping people to make that bigger leap that would take years and possibly decades for them, and cut that way in half. And like, for instance, reading up on it, they talk about how in next 5 to 10 years is going to take maybe over 50% of the development issues out of the way for developers and make it that much easier. So I can see it as a benefit to indie developers and studios who can use it to their benefit. I think it comes down to the human side where greed is a factor. That's where it's going to be like, hey, do I really need you if this AI is doing all this? That's the bigger problem.
And sir, I appreciate you bringing that up, because I feel like we've been having either you spread FUD, that's fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You spread that, or it's Pollyanna and everything's gonna be great. And there's a little bit of a mushy middle in there, and that needs to be talked about. But hold on. Give me a moment. Let me first thread the needle and just kind of expound on what we were talking about initially, about what from a top level people are seeing could be beneficial for this, right? And you see it on the screen. I've been showing off, like there's a company called App Inventive, which basically is a consulting company that handles the middleman, if you will, all these new technologies for your game developers, for your mobile developer or whatever that you're trying to do. Hey, there's this new AI thing. What can it do? You go to these consultants and they will talk you through it. And some of these ideas that they bring forth is some of the stuff we already know. NPCs, obviously, AI imaging and upscaling. You hear that all the time. DLSS, 1, 2, 3.5. That is AI upscaling, right? Procedural generated content. You hear that as well, for better or for worse. A lot of that has happened, right? Player experience modeling. We don't see that as much, but player experience modeling would be, it knows you, it knows how you play, it knows what you like, and because of that, it'll generate the experience for you specifically versus somebody else, right? Very interesting things that over time it learns your do's and don'ts and then makes games for you specifically. Data analysis, right? Player sentiment, do they like it, do they not like it? Cheating, right? People can't figure out all the ways people cheat, but robots can figure out how you cheat. That's where it's very could be beneficial. And one of the key ones that I think Microsoft talked about sometime, testing and debugging, right? A lot of that could be super interesting. Now they say virtual assistants as well. We'll see how far that goes, but let's get back into this conversation. And while we talk about it, I want to put on the screen InWorld, which seems to have crystallized it for a lot of people. Microsoft signing up with InWorld to do to build generative AI tools for game development, as you see on the screen here. And a lot of folks go, who is InWorld? And it brought up a lot of FUD, and we'll get into that FUD part later. We'll even name some names before we get out of here. But before we do that, let me share some of the stuff that InWorld has done. You see some of the scrolling on the screen, some of the companies that InWorld works with. You're talking your Epics, your Unities, your Unreal Engines, all the, like, a who's who of developers use this technology, right? And you want to go crazy? Right now, today, you want to test it out? You have to have a Steam capable device, whether it be a potato or whatever, or one of these handhelds we were talking about. But you can go
you gotta
download.
Have the right licensing.
Stop it.
I'm just.
You can go download InWorld Origins right now. And what is InWorld Origins? It is basically an ad for AI. I suspect this is what got them the contract with Microsoft. This is what it was. Anybody can do it. I actually spent about an hour playing this. I was going to show this stuff on the screen, but I decided, you know what? We might actually want to do a live stream because it's far more interesting. When you watch it like this, it's just talking. These guys are AI, and real quick, we all know how this works, right? You have NPCs in the world. They are given X amount of dialogue, right? No matter what world you play. Sometimes you go to Bethesda games and you're like, they're amazing. Why? Because it takes a long time before you hear the same piece of dialogue repeated again, right? In this instance, what you're seeing here, they don't give them dialogue. They give them guidelines. You are a robot. You're in this world. You've been put on the scene of an explosion. There's a crime afoot. You need to figure out what happened. And that's it. Everything they say is all generated. Everything you talk to them about is crazy. I was talking to Infinite Umbra in the green room before this happened. I was just like, you know what made me decide I'm gonna stream this? I was like, you know what? I walk in there, and by the way, you can either type in your responses. If you have a device that has a microphone, you can literally speak and it hears you and it will translate your responses and respond back. So you're literally just having a conversation with this thing. I'm like, oh, I heard it was the Hooved gang that did this. There was some Hooved hijinks happening. And it goes, I've heard no evidence of this being the Hooved gang. Where did you hear this? I'm like, well, I was talking with the other robot, the other detective local on scene, and they said they found some dead bodies, and they had some paraphernalia that seems to suggest that the Hooved gang was behind this. I mean, I had them going off on the crazy, and they will go there with you. Like, there is no repeat dialogue. There is no, oh, you're breaking the game now. What did you have for breakfast? I am a robot. I did not have breakfast, and we are here talking about the seriousness. Do you not see all the things going on in the background? Detective, you should stay focused on the. It is fucking amazing. I'm sorry, I did another one. It's amazing.
Definitely amazing.
It's amazing. It's not ready for prime time. Let's be clear. It's not ready for prime time, right? And as Marchi is pointing out, this is a very specific small vertical slice window showing you what could be, and it's literally just an ad for, hey, use us. But man, it is something else. And I think we should one day, maybe we'll do it, we'll have a video thing where we'll stream and we'll just pepper these robots with questions, because the crazier you get off the beaten path, the more funny this whole thing gets, because they will not break protocol. You will not hear repeat dialogue. They will go there with you. It is something else. So I will share this on the screen, right? And I'll show you some of the stuff you can go, but folks, go to Steam right now. If you have any capable machine, you can go download that. It's a small little demo, and you can talk to the AI robot overlords yourself and see where you go. But all right, let's double back. Please, Everborn, go ahead. Yes.
I'm just the thing aside from like,
yes,
seeing the opportunities here, and maybe I am being selfish, but like, even if you think big picture, this really like this, sort of generic pushback against just the term AI, ignoring the fact that there's AI in everything, because it is literally just a tool. We shouldn't say, hey, we need to keep ICE cars on the road, or we need to keep using fossil fuels only because it's going to keep certain people's jobs.
Sure.
Meaning we should hold back progress because we're worried about, and this is not me being flippant about people's jobs. What I'm saying is this can help people be more productive and do new things and create new jobs and new developers and new studios. And in the same way, we don't say, look at MetaHuman in UE5, right? Should we say that, oh, don't use that MetaHuman technology because motion capture tech is going to be messed up? And what about them and the people in that business?
So clearly, whether we like it or not, Mr. Everborn Saga is knee deep and cannot stop talking about the FUD. So let's just go to the damn FUD. Okay, let's go to the FUD.
It's not just the FUD though. Like, this is a real thing. These are real. I want people to just understand that this thing is a tool, and it is not something that can.
It's not something to be feared.
Replace people in that way.
Yes. Real quick before we get into the FUD kind of conversation. So with the announcement that InWorld was signing up with Xbox to then do all that interesting stuff, what happened? We hear, of course, that now people are upset. Developers and users alike are like taking it to the streets and making their sentiments known that this is basically Skynet coming to take over gaming, right? By and large, that's what this is, right? And I just pulled this article, but you can find it. There's a bunch of them out there. You have writers, Mike Drucker. I'm not calling names. I'm just reading what he says here, right? Love video game company. Ooh, hold on. Let me go back here. He says, love video game companies love being like, finally, we have technology to lay off our workers even faster than before. when this was announced.
Does Mike work in the industry?
Yes, Mike is a writer. Mike Drucker is a writer. He's a writer in games, and he's a comedian in general, right? I see. What was the other
Has
one?
anyone ever used AI to like try to write a script for something?
I want to see this guy's browser history and know if he used ChatGPT, yes or no.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
True.
Listen.
Yes.
I'm serious.
You cannot use ChatGPT to write a novel or a game script or any of that.
Mhm.
You can get some kind of bones, but it will be literally the most generic thing you could possibly get. And it's not. And if anyone did that, they would have the most generic garbage game you could think of, and it would fail miserably. It is not going to take the place of that. And that's all
I will say though, my pushback on that is 100% true today. Again, this harkens back to a conversation we had previously on another topic. When business is aligned, technical limitations are just a stone's throw from being traversed, right? If you had told me 5 years ago that full robots would be doing open heart surgery, today I would tell you that's hogwash. How could that be? That exists today, right? The fear, and I'm not saying it's a righteous fear, I'm just saying it should be noted correctly. The fear is, yeah, it sucks today, but if we open the floodgates and allow business to do what business does, which is optimize, innovate, over the next few years, it will replace us because it'll get good quick. That's the fear, right? We're not talking about the issues of today. Go ahead.
The first issue is it doesn't get good quick. It takes a lot of time for it to get
from a lot
good.
of people. Yes.
But on TV, it gets good quick. Actually, on TV, it's already great.
Yes.
So,
AI.
Right.
Yes.
I know this young lady, Erica. AI is egregiously disrespectful.
It's egregiously disrespectful and dangerous to workers who pour their time and creativity into games we love. In a year with thousands of layoffs, despite record corporate profits, I sincerely hope
to do with AI.
I sincerely hope to see peers and fans stand with devs and labor movements.
I know exactly why. For 99% of the reasons why people are getting laid off, it's one of two options. The first one that Everborn already mentioned, they overhired like crazy because they're greedy and then realized the pandemic ended. The second one, complete mismanagement. Those are the two things that have nothing to do with AI. And you mentioned something earlier, Kay. You were like, we're from the era where we saw the thing go from like DVD to Blu-ray. We're from a different era. We're in a new era where everyone will be upset about everything. The other day I was saying, like, you can say, hey, I want my eggs well done, and somebody will tweet, hey, that's not cool to the
Sunny
other
side
eggs.
up is the only way, son. What are you talking about?
Not cool. No, that's not cool to the other eggs because you said well done. That's like a compliment. You didn't compliment the other eggs. Like, we're living in the era of everybedy's hypersensitive, and it's like
so basically, ladies and gentlemen, what you are now, I've come to understand is I only bring on #graybeards on this show. Absolutely. So.
And the funniest part about what you just said is it would be sad or if it wasn't true, but you're right.
Damn true.
Absolutely are reactive like that online.
Absolutely. It's getting crazy with the fake outrage, especially like if somebody who knows what they're talking about is outraged, I'll take it serious.
So associate narrative director of Wolverine on PS5 says, I effing hate this. Hey, TGA, as a member of the future class, this does not honor or celebrate our work. And you should be ashamed of diluting the artists this way.
Listen,
wait a minute.
Listen what it says. It says, including AI game dialogue and narrative tools. It didn't say
I'm swimming in the FUD sauce right now because this is what we are. I'm just letting what developers are doing. Yes, go ahead.
The thing is she angry that she's typing on a MacBook? Why doesn't she use a notepad?
Well, let me take it to another level, right?
Damn.
Does that writer has that writer used the tools and the tools
don't even exist yet
than them?
The tools don't even exist yet.
Listen, I'm a writer, right? I've tried to use ChatGPT to play around with it. It is not going to write better than a human unless you're just completely a generic writer in general, right? The this is the problem. I do not think that person or any other person you highlighted has actually used these tools or even knows how these works.
The problem
right?
is it's not that they have or have not used these tools. The problem is these are people in positions of note, right? There are people that, for better or worse, are listened to when they speak. Here's Felicia Day, known by the geek community as, Felicia Day. And she is speaking with the same word. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
She's known as her name.
Yes. Oh, she is the Madonna of the gaming of the geek industry, if you will. And even they are all speaking with that word. Now, let me be clear here. Let me be clear. I am not saying I agree with them. I am saying this is the problem, the uphill battle that AI faces. That everyone is unified in dumping on it, even when they don't know what they're talking about.
But when you say everyone, sorry, everyone. When you say everyone, have you noticed that 99% of the time when you see a tweet like that, it's either a writer or an artist? How many developers, developers, are out there saying like this is gonna destroy things?
Marchi's putting the gauntlet down, saying writers aren't developers. Bam!
No. Hold on. Before you go to this one.
Before you go to this one.
Go ahead. Before you go to this one.
Go ahead.
I'm talking engineers. There's not an engineer out there.
You're talking about the people that do the real work. Yes, thank you, engineers. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, because the engineers understand whatever.
K being messy today.
He's really messy. Like, I'm saying water, and this guy's saying like
oil fire.
Oil attack. Oil leak.
He's doing the Twitter thing.
He's doing the Twitter thing.
You see, this is what I'm doing.
So what I'm saying is like Everborn figured it out already, and the engineers have figured it out.
Yes.
This is just a tool, and it's not
as
that
any
impressive.
other tools. Yes.
It's impressive that it can do that, but it's not going to make. It's not going to write a novel that is going to win a Pulitzer Prize over here.
Right.
It's not a thing, and them saying like, "Oh, this is going to take away jobs."
Listen,
not today.
Listen, let me say this, and I don't care who doesn't like it. It's performative. This is the same shit as Latinx and putting BLM in your handle and then not doing anything because you feel like you're supposed to say something or do something in the moment. This sorry.
This is just it's likes.
You know what? One thing I would add to that too. One thing I would add to that, Everborn and to K and to Marchi. One thing I noticed that one unified thing is even Alana here, and I like Alana, is that everybody that's doing this is not jumping on it because it says in-world. They're jumping on it because it's Microsoft and Xbox.
Yeah. Oh, damn, yes.
That's the bigger problem I have. And Alana and the lady, the writer for Wolverine with Insomniac, all of them are using AI at their company. So if she's talking about, and I'll let you read that, but if she's saying that, then she got to put down, she needs to leave work now.
I appreciate you doing that, sir, because I kind of left that just in the comment section of this huge diatribe that she posted. So Alana Pierce posts, imagine announcing this this year, in a year where games industry have layoffs of 6,000 plus people. I will never play any game that in-world has any part of making, right? And then of course you got your responses. I think, what was it, the Mighty Keith, the correct response, and a few other things, right?
There's always this one dude.
Oh, he's a PlayStation guy, and it is what it is. Needless to say, I of course put it in the chat, and I won't go too far. It's easy. Type in Santa Monica Studios, type in generative AI. Santa Monica Studios, generative AI. And you will find that, guess what? Generative AI was used for voice modulation in God of War Ragnarok, which means chances are some of the words on the page that eventually translated to NPCs in the background, maybe even words that she wrote. Who knows? I don't know what aspects of her capabilities were brought to bear on the project. There were a lot of writers, but they used generative AI to fill in some of those gaps. So it's kind of more fun here, right? Her own company, as you're saying, Mr. Umbra, expertly. The first thing I did when I saw this was Santa Monica Studios generative AI, just to see their stance on it, and they used it for this purpose. So to be, I'll never do that, in world, saying the XBOX part silent, when in fact your own company is doing exactly that. is very shady and FUD spreading. You know, it's the same thing, and you'll find me being consistent here. It's the same thing when I had a bone to pick with people dumping on the Series S. We won't even get into that because that was a whole different other thing. And now today they're like, oh, I guess it's not bad. Yeah, it never was. Just because you think it is doesn't mean it's fact. Because there are people who have facts out there, and if you listen to them, you hear that, right? You'll hear Jez say he was wrong. I don't expect Jez to know the facts because he's not a technologist like that. But when someone like Digital Foundry gives you the disingenuous dope, that I hold a bone to pick because they should know better. You working at Santa Monica Studios, maybe you check the tools being used before you make such a statement, because you're just, it's kind of it's exposing the disingenuousness there. I know Everborn, you have something to say about that. What are your thoughts, sir?
So again, like the Xbox thing is one thing, and I think that is why a lot of things become as popular as they are. But it's still speaking to a larger
broader
problem.
Yes.
That I see with these things. And I use ChatGPT a lot for my work, just on the software engineering front and things like that. And it is actually a very helpful tool, especially from a coding standpoint and a code review standpoint. But it is still not going to solve business specific problems that sort of take humans to do. What it is solving is the sort of boilerplate break rock stuff that take a lot of time, that aren't really solving the sort of intellectual problem that people need to solve every day. But that's neither here nor there. In this context, what we are talking about, again, what Alana is doing here is conflating the 6,000 jobs lost with anything to do with AI, which it literally has nothing to do with that. That's, again, thing
that
one.
That may come one day, but that's not here today.
It is not here today, and that's not that's again that's one of the things that kind of grinds my gears on it. But the next side of it is Sean Layden, these PlayStation people's Lord and Savior, right? Has said that game budgets have exploded, right? Game budgets are $100-200 million, right? And development times are going up 3 to 5 years, right? It used to be 3 years you could turn around and make a sequel or a new game. Now it takes 5 to 7 years, right? That's part of the reason development costs are going up. So if you have tools that can allow people to turn around a AAA game in 3 years instead of 5 to 7 years, and if it does reduce budgets, isn't that more beneficial to the industry than being in a situation where one game could tank an entire studio and put them out of business or put them up for being acquired by someone else?
Look at the Immortals of Avium team immediately on their first release.
All it took was one game that didn't hit it. You're absolutely right.
That will tank the industry and cause more loss of jobs way faster than an AI tool that allows people to be slightly more efficient and
Mr.
maybe
Joanna Dark,
more efficient later on.
$2 super chat says Insomniac should use AI to fix Mary J's extended back. Damn, son. What are we doing?
Not like this.
What are we doing, son?
Not like this.
Might be able to help on that jawline too. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Kind of strong.
So, by the way, not to be outdone, while people talking all this BS, right? People talking this mumbo jumbo. InWorld got an infusion of $50 million from Microsoft, making their total valuation now a $500 million company.
Oh, that's how they started with ChatGPT.
That's how it starts.
AKA, if you fear it, keep fearing, because it ain't going nowhere, people. Right? But
listen, game developers and publishers cannot meet the needs or demands or the expectations of gamers today. That's a fact. Right? If you look at what people are expecting from them in the turnaround times, they cannot meet that. So something needs to happen. You're either going to have to say they're going to have to make smaller games.
Yep. Which is hard to do.
Or they're going to have to find a way to make these bigger games more efficiently. So again, let's classify these things. Let's understand the tools, and let's not just say we should hold back these things just because. And by the way, there are actually guardrails in there, and at each iteration there are new guardrails added. Right? They just did an update to ChatGPT right now. So it used to be that it was like March of 2021. Now it's April of 2023. It's been updated. And when you try to have it straight up write a chapter of anything, the first thing it will tell you, I'll give you a sample to see how it could go, but you need to hire a person to do this. These are guardrails that are already built in. And I can explain how and this happens all the time, by the way. I work in the financial services industry, right? I used to be at Citigroup. I'm at a different company now, and I got a chance to meet some of the people that were on the forefront of the electronic trading, right? And the name of that game, it wasn't even about the AI was there to make these trades, but they were literally being held back by light, meaning how fast can you make a transaction? So if I need to do business and buy something, and I need to send a signal across the ocean to APAC or the EU, right? How can I do that? They literally had to build underwater lines so that they could make trades faster, right? Because they needed dedicated lines to do these things. And then I don't remember where the regulation came about, but they literally had to regulate the speed in which you could trade, in which this AI could make trades on the market.
Because it's unfair, because it can make it. It's kind of like, if you think about it, as
like it's
back
making
in the day.
Decision.
Back in the day, if people remember, eBay used to have these chat bots, these bots called sniping tools, where you could use a sniping tool to get in before anybody else. That's literally what AI can do now, right? Because the hands of a human can never be as fast as an AI bot thinking
wants
and
a
then
link,
action.
by the way.
Oh, he wants a link. Okay. You can never think of it can never be thought of in that quick way. So to that point, there must be guardrails built in to make sure it doesn't go crazy, right? We spoke about it similarly in TV and the movie industry, right? They're still fighting the good fight right now because they don't want their likeness to just be used in perpetuity without any kind of recourse, right? So there are definitely like guardrails being put up, to your point, Everborn. I guess those concessions or those guardrails aren't as prevalent in the conversation as they should be, possibly, or is it a thing of, you think that, you know, let's do the devil's advocate. Do we think that it's because those are seen by the proponents that it's not enough, or it's just they don't understand it and that's why it's being overblown?
I don't think you can begin to understand it until you actually have the conversations, instead of a blatant "this is bad" and "f you for using it." Right? That if you do that, you're shutting down down the necessary conversations that have to happen to govern these things. And that's the point that really I am pushing back against is. Let's have the actual difficult conversations to understand how and what lines need to be drawn. Right? Instead of, AI, Terminator, Skynet.
AI
bad, bro.
AI bad. But see, this is why I'm like, you've trained the sheeple to assume AI bad. Then you create this thing and you call it AI. You're kind of training them to call this thing bad.
Hollywood
because
is training them that, and then
we are where we are. We are in a world of sheeple.
Just 1 second. Who is in the chat trying to impersonate Brap?
Oh yeah,
Please,
yeah.
Please, if that's not actually Brap, please.
Yeah, please be nice. Please be nice. Please be kind.
I'm not asking you to be nice. I'm just saying don't impersonate somebody.
Be who you are. Yes.
Yeah.
hold on one second.
Anyway.
So yes. No. Continue what you were saying.
No. I'm just saying I want to have the real conversations by people who are really using it, so that we can guide it. If you just put your head in the sand, then that's not really helping anyone. But you get to pat yourself on the back to say, I stood against the machine.
And did what against the machine?
Right.
Nothing.
No, but you said something, right? Like, so that's the point, and why I say it's all performative from people who don't use the tech, don't know about the tech, or maybe their writing is so bland that they think the tech can outright them. I don't know.
Yeah, there must be some fear that you're so upset. What are you so upset about? You haven't even used the tool yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess my question is there any world at all where anyone has any kind of reason to be fearful, or do we think this is all just straight up FUD and people just keep raging against the dying of the light, as it were? You know what I mean? Like are we taking up the what do you call it, horseshoe maker's plight, if you understand where I'm going with this?
Slow-mo says he's backstage. I want to add one more thing, right? And anyone, just for an opposing view, because we're all patting each other on the back. I see that logo from Slow-mo. I see. But what is in a world where we are seeing unions begin to take hold in the industry, which will, this is good for people, but it will drive up costs. And Marciano, you tell me if I'm wrong. Unions will drive up the cost of game development in this industry, right? When you have a union, you have you have an agreement on lots of things, including cost and salary and whatever. Things will go up. That's why every company is like, nah, divide and conquer. We don't want unions. We want to be able to pay whatever we say we'll pay. Right. And even in terms of things like and all of that, right?
Yes.
If those things are going to increase development costs, which is absolutely fine. But if you are going to increase development costs, you also increase the risk involved with each release. So what is the solution to that, if not to make things more efficient and drive costs?
Okay, Everborn. While I agree with you, let me be devil's advocate a little bit here, right? I agree with you that unions being in gaming, and of course unions are properly in gaming now, with one of the biggest development houses in Activision and Microsoft, allowing for unions, right? Allowing for unions, being that unions are now in gaming. I think that unions could be a solution to the guideline fears of AI that are coming up now, right? You have more power.
They are. They will be.
And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the sound of Homeless Sonic joining us in the fray. What's going on, Slow-mo? Appreciate you being here.
A little bit under the weather. You good?
Why? Yeah.
Oh,
that wasn't a joke.
I'm fine.
Like,
I'm
good. I haven't talked much today. You know, my kids are with the in-laws.
He's saving his cords for us.
All right. My voice has been underused until now. I will be your devil's advocate.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah, please be our devil's advocate.
I will fight the good fight. I will be John Connor.
There you go. There you go. Yes, please do, because we need a John Connor. But I guess real quick, he was saying that the unions are the reason for optimization. I am saying that unions will counteract the the potential ills of misuse or greed, as Infinite was saying in this space, because unions will have a force to keep you accountable. I think that potentially is the solution to the FUD and the ills that are going on. Homeless Sonic, sir, you're fresh off the boat on this podcast. You saved the cords. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Now, you're right about that when it comes to unions, because you can't put the genie back in the bottle. AI is what it is. It's always going to be used now. As technology advances further, it's going to continue to be used, but there needs to be checks and balances put into place. And the reason why I wanted to jump on is because I've been hearing you guys talking. You guys are saying a lot of accurate stuff, but then also you're saying some stuff that's like, oh, you can't do this, and it's like, well, it's already been done. For example, independent developer Liam Swain said he used ChatGPT to write the remaining 2 books in the Song of Ice and Fire series, The Winds of Winter and A Dream of Spring. And to Everborn's point that you can't just tell it, hey, go write me a whole book, and it go write you a whole book. He even detailed how he did it. He said he guided ChatGPT to writing the books through a series of prompts. First, he gave it a single prompt to generate an outline for the first chapter of The Winds of Winter. Then he repeated that over and over to create 45 total chapters. From there, he fed those outlines back into ChatGPT and asked it for a more detailed outline. And then he just kept saying, give me more detail, give me more detail, turning each part that it gave him into more bullet points, to the point where he got an actual novel, 2 novels out of ChatGPT. Now, of course, he's been sued by George R.R. Martin, and that has been scrubbed off the internet. I tried to read it, but the people who were able to read it said it was good. It was a little tame. It didn't murder as many people as the previous 5 books did. But the fact that it can be done is already right now should I think alarm people more towards, hey, look, yeah, there are people who are being performative and they're just like, oh, this is awful. Why is it awful? I don't know. It's just awful. And then, of course, they don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just awful because they said so, right?
Everybody says so.
It's awful.
but then we also don't want to be like every criticism is complete
It's not
nonsense, because then you miss stuff like this where a dude actually like really, if George R. R. Martin didn't jump on it fast, even though his old behind probably won't finish these books anyway, if he didn't jump on it fast, this thing could have been all over the internet. It could have been in some people's minds the definitive ending of the game, of the books, even if he finally did complete it. And then people say, well, I like the ChatGPT version better than your version, so that's canon to me. It's stuff that has to be worried about.
So, and I know Everborn, you're trying to jump in. What I will say, by and large, at high level, I do hear you that the argument that it's not great enough as a reason for not fearing is only a time problem, right? Yeah, people are able to make it happen today, but again, as business clears the way, the technology will advance, right? It will advance. And Marchi's absolutely true, absolutely 100% fact. It takes a lot to move a small increment right now. But when billions and trillions of dollars open the way, it will advance. It will. So that argument to say that, oh, it's just a tool and it's not good enough and humans will always be necessary, that's a 2 to 3 year argument at best, right?
Yeah.
So beyond that, there are people who have actual concerns, the universal basic income crowd. Oh, we're all going to lose our jobs and everybody's just going to have to pay us universal basic. If you don't know what UBI is, look it up. It's a whole thing, right? There's the crowd that says, oh, we're all lost our jobs, because they think that when business infuses money into anything, at some point they become what business needs them to be, and then they don't need you anymore. That is the fear. So on that point, I do hear you, Slow-Mo, but to counteract that a bit, that's where unions would come in, no? Right? If unions weren't a part of the equation in gaming now, I would be far more on people's page there, because yes, I'm a technologist. I deal with it every day. I know that it's not a solution today, but in 5 years, if we allow Microsoft to keep throwing money at this as they are and putting it Copilot in the desktop and putting Copilot in the enterprise and giving you basically, while you're using the tools and being useful, you're actually training the tools by using it to make it more useful, right? When they open it to the floodgates of humanity, it's not just the few engineers that are doing their best to move it forward. It's everyone's data now feeding it to make it better. It will advance quickly. So in that world, I think the FUD needs to be a little bit calibrated, because it's not all just FUD. I'm sorry.
So
Okay, go ahead, everyone. And then I have a question for you guys.
Like this idea that it will advance quickly, like just feeding it more data in the version that it is now, which is GPT-4.
No, we're not saying GPT-4. We're just talking about in general feeding
it
more.
No.
It'll iterate.
I understand.
5, 6.
I'm just saying to going to these next milestones are massive leaps, and it is not just something you can say in 3 years you'll have that leap up to where it can do this or it can do that. And then to Slow-Mo's point, again, I have been using the tool for a while, like aside from my work stuff with coding, which, you know, that is what that is. And even experienced like senior developers and architects will find flaws in it and tell you're not going to really be able to use this in an enterprise setting to just do your work for you. So that's what it will. If you need to create a new class and it's going to put all the things you need there for that, sure. You need to write a basic program, sure. But once you get down to business logic and solving issues, you'll still need humans for that. But in the example you're giving, and I just want to just level set with that, we are talking about an example where they were able to provide, because if it's going to continue those books, they were able to provide thousands and thousands of pages of prior books to train the model on that needed to be written by a human for it to even be able to continue. So that's thing one. Thing two, in the example, I know for a fact that they were not using the newer versions because it won't be as simple as just prompting it to create an outline and then provide more details, because at every step, and I tried this last night in preparation for this, right? It actually won't do that. Not the George R.R. Martin example, but I gave it one of my own scripts and said, can you make an outline for another chapter? Can you do this? Can you do that? And what it came back with was very generic. And I'm not saying that like I'm as good. I'm saying generic based on the standards of what was given to it, right? It didn't do that in my voice, right? And again, what it came back with, anyone could have written. And when I tried to get it to give more detail and complete the script, at every point it says, no, you need to hire an editor. No, I'll do a little bit, but I can't finish this for you, and I can't do this.
A quick aside,
everyone, in light of what has happened already, don't you think they have updated it so that it can't continue to do what it was doing before? You tried this last night. They're purposely
circumventing the abuse.
A period of time. Yes. Yeah, this guy over a period of time, months ago, got this created and then got sued for it. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they said he even went through detail of how he did it, which gave them all the ample opportunity to then modify the actual AI so that it can't be used in that manner. But the only reason why I even brought it up as an example is because the entire, like, to go back to in context of the conversation, you guys were saying, oh, you can't do this right now, and it already had been done.
It's doable, yes. To even give you further, one thing, to give you one thing further, you can make it create Windows keys, like Windows XP keys, Windows. Like,
Word?
Yes, you can do that. Like,
how
now he likes the AI.
Are we talking Windows 10?
Now hold on,
because I might have a business to get started.
When that was discovered, because all it is, those Windows keys are just encryptions, like specific encryptions per octet, right? So once you give it a little bit, it can then generate the next in the line. So much so it started generating proper keys people could use. That happened on a Monday.
Oh, man.
By Wednesday, it had been corrected. Right?
Wow.
Oh, man.
But the point is they are whack-a-moling, because people in their ingenuity will always find new ways of breaking that system. Right? It's not that it's,
and this is why you gotta be vigilant. Yeah, you gotta be vigilant.
Incapable of it. It can definitely do that today. And oh, by the way, a quick question. People keep focusing their energy on ChatGPT and the ChatGPT that you use. Has anyone, just a quick aside, has anyone tried putting those exact same prompts in Bing AI? Because it seems that everyone's focused their energy on ChatGPT, the website, and all the while they took the core of ChatGPT and then added it to Bing, and that one is unfeathered. So everything that gets limited on ChatGPT, and they go, well, you should, you put the same prompt into Bing AI, and it'll give you everything, even now.
So I could write my own version of Game of Thrones in Bing AI right now.
Bing AI probably would let you do it, where ChatGPT will.
It can't be worse than what we got for season 7 and 8.
Hey, facts.
Wait a minute, slow-mo. I would like, just as an experiment, if you have time, go try to have it write that and tell me what it comes back with. And see if
in Bing AI,
whichever in anything. Go to ChatGPT, Bing AI, whatever you want, whenever you have time, and then we can review that next week. Because my thing is, what you
I'm not trying to get sued though. I might just love to write some generic. Just write something generic.
In the latest update, OpenAI says that they will defend you in court if you get any copyright claims. As a company, they'll defend you. That's how confident they are. With
are their lawyers better than George R.R. Martin's lawyers? Is what I want to know.
I mean, they got Microsoft lawyers.
Okay. Quick, I just look. I need some assurances.
Real quick. Roshan Eppinger, $2 super chat. He says, "Do the Bobby K's think it's good enough now?" ? And it's a funny question, but it's a very apt question. Do the "we will squeeze blood from a stone and get all the money we want" crowd see this and go, hey, we could do this, make this work right now, and then instead of hiring more, and here's the fun stuff, here's the fear stuff, instead of potentially hiring more, they'll go, hey, this is good enough for now, you're not getting an extra rec, use what you have now and use this as a supplement. Is that a factor in the equation today, we think? And obviously it's all hyperbole at this point. I haven't heard from you in a bit, Marchi. What do you think?
I mean, it's just thinking back to when we started talking about all the fake outrage stuff, you know, just want to roll back just a little bit to that. I'm still thinking about the whole thing, you know, because our group are like not 18-year-olds. You know, being in business and looking at like kind of the performative outrage stuff, and this is a bit of a side note to what you guys are talking about, but I still wanted to bring it up. It's what business people in a business room don't give a shit.
Yes.
That you got 8,000 likes.
That's right.
That you got 8,000 likes on Twitter. Like that is like literally like it's a non-factor. Like everything we're gonna see from.
What if it was 80,000 likes though?
That doesn't
matter.
800,000 likes.
Yeah.
It could be 800,000 likes.
Could be a million.
How those 80,000 likes make me money?
Yeah.
This is what they're probably
actually they'd be like, whoa, 800,000 likes with our name in it.
Yes.
It's great. Thank you.
It's
Thanks
good,
a lot.
not bad. That's right. Yes.
Yeah. So, because I keep thinking about this thing that Everborn said, it was like, it's like literally, it's a lot of it is performative, and this goes back to the whole Skynet thing and fake outrage. And we're from a different generation where we didn't have we didn't have Twitter, we didn't have fake outrage. We just liked it or we didn't fuck with it.
Yes.
So, I mean, I love the convo that we're having, but I just keep thinking back to so little of what people think will influence this
actually does it.
Yeah, it's like it's literally a small group of people that will influence what AI will do in gaming. And it will be the people that will be like, so wait, you're telling me that instead of 3 days, this could be 1 day? Wait, you're telling me instead of 1 day, this could be 4 hours? Amazing. And I really learned something, because I was thinking more like, oh, okay, so then it's going to be quicker to make the games. But I think it was you, Everborn, who said like, now instead of, correct me if I'm wrong, but instead of making one game, Sony could have made 3 games, or they can make 3 games.
They can split their team and augment it with AI and do more with the same amount. Yes.
Listen, I'll give you just an example at work, right? Unrelated to AI, but build automation, right? Because on top of the software, the software engineering team I lead, I do a lot of DevOps automation. So one thing I did at City was when we had in the division I was in, they had a very archaic old process of building and deploying things. They'd build it on a local server and then FTP it over to the production server, and then they'd run their scripts to go and do their deploy. And I moved that whole process over to some CI/CD solution, and deployments that used to take 8+ hours were now down to 40 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
who doesn't
All
want
of that time was saved, and no one was fired because of that. It just meant the workers could go on and not spend so much time on those menial manual tasks, right? And this is no different. And just to jump back to the other point, and I will finish that thing with Slow-Mo's example. Your example and my experience last night is exactly why I worry less about what like the troubles of these things, because you just explained how the system worked as expected. Someone used the AI to steal someone's work. The owner of said work now has the person suing. The work was scrubbed off the internet, and now there are rules built into the tool that don't allow you to do that or make it more difficult. So we should be focusing on using the tools, actually using them, and understanding the problem so that we can have this the know-how or knowledge of the tool so that we can guide it in the way that it needs to go, as opposed to the sky is falling and I'll never use a game created by IndWorld. Shut up.
Okay. You know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. And to your point, these people don't know they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Anyway, they don't know. But there's a backlog of 1 million things that the company would love to see done. Normally, Everborn needs 8 hours. Now it takes 40 minutes. Now more stuff can get done. Do you seriously think that now they're going to be like, you know what? Let's just fire him. It was 40 minutes. We don't need him anymore. No, there's more work to be done. We want to make more money, do more work. Yeah. But people tweeting on Twitter.
Hold on. Let me play devil's advocate just a small bit on that one. Not that I agree, but I feel like that is part of the conversation that tends to happen, right? It seems that the conversation there tends to suggest that is today's issue, but as it's optimized and more the timelines are moved because this device can augment these tools can augment your workflow, right? More and more you're doing less with more. I mean, you're doing more with less people because these tools are becoming more mature. That is the fear, right? Are you telling me that's an unhealthy fear? Like there'll never come a time where the amount of hands in the pot will be lessened in favor of a supplementary tool?
Well, that's like there's two extremes here. Never is a very long time.
Yeah, obviously.
Yes. And like lessened is like could be one person.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
But do I think that the game industry 5 or 10 years from now will have 90% less people in it, or 50%?
No. Yeah.
Or 20%, or even 10%? No, definitely. I don't see that.
Okay.
Because just the nature
because all these companies want to grow, don't they?
Yeah, they get a company.
They want to produce more products to sell
and make more money.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
software development is, you guys know, software development is really complicated. There's a lot of things that need to work together for things like in DevOps to come together to even deploy something. So just to deploy something, so many things and so many people and so many tools have to come together. Will all that history of tool creation just be wiped out by ChatGPT? No, of course not. But can there be tools to make it easier? Sure.
If people tried that, the people who hired actual humans would have an edge over them in business and create better products than the people who solely relied on AI, if we were living in that future hellscape. So even then in that
hellscape, he says.
No, I'm like
no, I hear you. No. Yes.
It's just when you game these things out, they don't really.
Sure. Well, but that's what it is, right? It's fear. It's fun, right? Go ahead. Yeah.
It's, I remember back earlier in the chat something that OBM said. He said that a buddy of his that does rigging in gaming says that MetaHuman makes his old job need far less people to accomplish the same thing. And I think we're being a bit dismissive of the developer that has that role, sees what years ago saw what MetaHuman was and said, "Oh, so they're coming for my job," and that's a real fear for someone who's already in the industry and has been doing this for a certain period of years of time and sees the advancements of technology and sees that, yeah, now I'm competing with instead of a room of 40 people, now it's a room of 15 people, and I'm competing to be one of that 15 people.
And oh, by the way, to add to your point there, Slow-Mo, in a very, very specific, complex AAA house, you're not doing art, you're doing trees. If you're the rigger, you're just doing rigging.
Right? You're just rigging trees and bushes.
Trash cans. You see, trash can. Exactly.
Fortnite.
Exactly.
It's division, and you just doing trash bags in the streets of New York, and that's it.
By the way, you're on a panel with a man who knows some folks who worked on the division. So that's neither here nor there. Marchi, we spoke about that.
I mean, like literally, I know the dude who did the trash cans for Fortnite.
So there you go. But I guess I say that to say the idea that they can just repurpose those people. Yes, they can, but when you're in an indie space, a small amount of people do a lot of things. When you're in a AAA space, all you're doing is rigging, and then rigging is no longer something you can do. You no longer have that role. It's gone now. That's the fear.
Okay, and this goes back to my question that I've been kind of waiting to say, because we were talking earlier about unions. Mm-hmm. So like, really, what grows faster? I mean, of course, this is all like our own predictions, but what grows faster in the industry? The adoption of unions with publishers, or AI? Because that's really what we're looking at. We're looking at the checks and balances of things. We're looking at unions preventing the abuse of AI from executives who we already know do not give a flying you-know-what about any of the people that work for them.
I think I have an answer for you, and it's kind of interesting, right? It just so happens to be that the publishing houses that are now purporting to be AI, that are now purporting to be union supported, are also the ones getting smoke for also, we're now signing up with N-World. I think that's how Xbox/Microsoft threads the needle, right? Oh, don't worry, your fears. We hear you, Joe Public, Alana Pierce. Oh, don't worry about that. AI, unions. Here we go. You have no problems. That is their solution.
I wonder,
so they grow in tandem.
I wonder to that question. I wanted to your question, Slow-Mo, is if maybe that the advent of AI or the evolution of it, if that is just going to hasten them bringing the unions in like that to try to combat it, because I mean we see the whole thing with the SAG-AFTRA thing, so maybe that's the case, that it's going to increase that to speed it up, to try to combat it. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, because if you think about it,
my concern with the union side of things is that we see Microsoft being more of the standard of like, we're fine with unions. We're not trying to stand in the way. You don't see us doing underhanded, shady stuff to get rid of the employees that have unionized. And then we see the other side of the coin, which is EA, who had, a significant portion of their workforce for BioWare unionized. And when they did their layoffs this year, guess who all got laid off? All the union people.
First people to go.
Yep. So that's the unfortunate side of things, and the reason why I'm always I'm on my John Connor over here, because I'm like, these executives are barely human beings. So like, they will do whatever it takes to make their shareholders happy and to deal with the bottom line. The bottom line is they don't want the unions. No company, no corporation wants unions. Period. Right. So true. So we gotta make some cuts. It's about 30% of that QA team I think needs to go. And you know why?
See, but
wink.
We will push back a little bit and hedge the bets and say, with Microsoft now being in support, it is in the gaming industry's best interest to make unions the standard, right? Across the board. So you can't hedge your bets and fire unions. You're firing your entire staff at that point. Right now, that's not the case. So they can do that. If the gaming industry forces it to PlayStation, forces it to third parties, forces it everywhere.
How do you force it though?
Well,
how do you force it?
You force it because you now have Activision, Blizzard, King, and presumably the rest of Microsoft, if and when this is all put in line, a huge swath of the console platform, right, in unions, it makes it difficult for you to then poach people from them to others, because they'll go, well, do you have a union? What do you offer? You don't? Well, you're not getting the key user, the key talent you're looking for. That's the only way they will move this ball forward. That's how you force it, by keeping key talent from your roster as long as you don't have that union. And that's the only way they are going to be able to use the union threat, quote unquote, to curtail some of the greedy behavior that may come up. Go ahead, Everborn.
I want to ask everybody this question, because Slow-Mo, you were talking about what OBM was saying about the rigor with MetaHuman, and this is more to the point about efficiency, brings cuts theoretically. My issue with that is whose role and livelihood and future is more important. The person who loses a job at the AAA studio, or the new developer that is able to enter the industry because the technology has come down to the level to where more people can use that technology and make games and become developers. Because if one job is lost but one or two is created, who are we on the side of? Right. And I know that's a weird dichotomy, and it's not to,
but it seems like it's going to be more jobs lost than jobs created if you have AI doing
Everborn, it's your entrepreneurial spirit showing. That's what that is, right? You're speaking from your perch, and you can only speak from your perch, and rightly so. But not everyone can speak from your perch, and not everyone feels like, some people who have spent their life being the best rigger, right, now feel like the carpet has been pulled underneath their feet. Now, they should have known better and diversified their portfolio, which is what you'll tell me, and you're right on that. But a lot of people don't have that mindset. Some people are just great at what they do, and that's what they're there for. And now all of a sudden, because of new tech, they are now the horseshoe maker, right? They kind of are.
It's a good thing they have AI to back them up on the other parts that they don't know how to do. I don't know.
But you see what I'm saying, though, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. Your entrepreneurial spirit and your inability to not diversify your portfolio will get you far, as it will me, right? That's just where I am, and that's how I've always thought of the world I live in. But if you're not like us, and you're just, hey, I went to school, they told me if I did this, I'd get there, and now I've gotten there, and it's great, and I'm getting paid, and people love it because I do this better than everybody else. And then overnight, seemingly, that thing becomes less useful for humans' hands because this AI tool can now replace it. There are many who will feel like, oh my God, I'm lost.
But everyone in this chat and everyone on this panel, when you are doing your job, if I forget about your entrepreneurial spirit, just your job, if you do not stay up to date with what is happening in terms of technology, what are you doing? Right? What is going to happen if you don't? You're
again not seeing your look. I give you this analogy. Marchi will be uniquely qualified to help
an entrepreneur. This is just saying you have to stay on your P's and Q's.
I know
Slow-Mo. I know you know.
Hold on.
I know you can't.
Let me make my point real quick. Marchi, you'll be uniquely qualified to answer that. Marciano and I, in a former life, were musicians. Spent a lot of time in studios. Where this is back in the day when you couldn't just go pick up one of these. Right? This is back in the day when you had to go into the room where the gatekeepers charge you $100 and whatever an hour just to get your demo off, right? And you have old Joe in the background, 60 years old, tickling the ivories to what you want. When Pro Tools and all that happened,
we were in the ivories. I thought about something completely different, but go ahead.
when Pro Tools and Logic and all of that and Machine made all of those engineers superfluous to the process, while we were like, yo, we're here. Right? I heard Dr. Dre go, this is terrible. Dr. Dre pulled Alana Pierce back in the day. This will ruin everything, right? What happened? Eventually, everybody can do it from their bedroom now. They can do the same riff that you can in your $1 million studio. But Joe, who used to be tickling the ivories in the background, pause, is now probably retired because
the ivories in their bedroom in the
What's
back.
he tickling, bro?
Tickling? What kind of example is that, Kane? What are you doing? You have been out of pocket all show. You've been dropping F-bombs left and right. Now you talking about tickling ivories in back rooms? I don't know.
He is no longer able
to this.
But you understand my point.
I walk into.
You understand my point. Not everyone who has been in this game for as long as they have been will go, oh well, I can just now just switch it up. I'm good. We'll now be able to use IDEs or use DAWs to get my new studios. No, people will be left behind. And as much as business still moves forward, it's still worth at least acknowledging that. Am I wrong?
But that comes back to my central premise. Look at all the people who can now make music.
True. Oh,
because
bro.
Wait a minute. Let me just say
You're
it. Let me say the question. Look at all the people now who can make music because of something like Pro Tools versus needing that $1 million studio.
100%.
So what should we be more concerned about? All the new people who can enter this industry,
you're giving one or the other.
People who are holding on to
this is my problem. This might be where our divide lasts. And Marchi and Umbra, I want y'all to weigh in on this, right? While I agree, right, and we're talking music real quick, and believe it or not, Umbra, welcome Marchi, Umbra, 2 musicians on the panel. Y'all didn't notice, but 3 musicians on the panel. So there you go. Right. So while we are in the great world where I can use my condenser mic, and now that's now my microphone. I don't need to have a voice booth. I have AI software that will make it so that it sounds clean and crisp.
The AI, be careful.
Even though it's out here, right? All that's great, and I can use my PC as now my studio, right? There is still a sadness for old Joe and all the other engineers back in the day who used to be part of that process that are not. Do we say, we've moved forward, they're done? I feel like we're being a little flippant in the, well, progress moves forward, get another job, peace out. While I'm not saying that we should stop moving forward.
We also have to remember
you say we, but that's really Everborn. Go ahead, Marchi.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should stop moving forward.
That's just Everborn being flippant.
Why are you saying we?
Adapt or die, bitch, is what is Everborn saying.
I'm just saying we stop a moment and we pat them on the back and say we understand while we're all moving forward together. This man's like, oh well, peace out, bitch, and then keep it moving.
Yeah, exactly. I heard you're homeless now. Sonic has a buddy for you to hang out with.
I got mine. Get yours.
Go ahead, Marchi.
No, but talking about this music analogy, fuck, you can get everybody a MacBook with Logic now, but not everybody's gonna be Dre.
Yes.
Right. So just access or just tools, you are still going to have people around, like this whole prompt engineer thing.
Oh,
you can't
God.
just say,
Every
like
time
all
you
these
say that just irks me.
narrative writers that are stressed out. This is gonna take our jobs. I was with EA, and the people from BioWare came to our studio, and they showed us their dialogue tool and how they make the trees and all this stuff. Dude, this is not like gonna just be replaced by some tool. Yeah, you can have a tool to make it easier to find or to suggest alternative lines, but somebody's still gonna be like, is this game any good?
Yo, can I expound on that real quick? That tool he just mentioned, that narrative tree tool, that is sourced all the way back to Interplay. When BioWare and Obsidian and In Exile and some of Bethesda Game Studios was all working in Interplay, they developed that back then. The same narrative tree tool that BioWare uses, Obsidian has the same thing, and it's so. I actually did I was going to do a video on Obsidian, but I ended up getting distracted. But I got an interview with one of their lead narrative leaders for the Outer Worlds, and she was breaking down how that tool works. It is so
the way, Marchi,
robust.
Yeah, real quick, Marchi. There are 2 rules on this show. You don't bring up Sega, because then we have to take a detour for Everborn Saga, and you don't bring up BioWare, because then we have to take a detour for John Connors.
I'm gonna get to the point. It's not just me talking about Byron. I'll get to the point. The point is that like I don't think you're going to be able to develop AI that can replace what that tool does and what humans can do with that tool. Like it's probably not. Yeah, it's just way the way that tree branches out and the number of different options and paths for the player to go. It's just nah. So like you're always going to have roles where you need humans, man. You need humans for
Dave Ramos, $5 super chat on the screen. Thank you for being here, Dave. He says, have y'all seen the GitHub Copilot AI talk? Superhero or supervillain? Happy Saturday, y'all, and hit that like button. Thank you for bringing that up. That may be our last port of call on this 4-hour podcast, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, 4-hour podcast. So, real quick, so that you guys know what that is, it's exactly the same thing you see happening in Windows 11. It's the same thing you're going to see in enterprise world. They literally went, oh, AI is useful in your daily life. Well, let's put it everywhere Microsoft is. So in the retail space, you're seeing the little AI Copilot thing show up on your desktop. In the enterprise space, you're seeing Copilot show up in your enterprise stack, which means they own GitHub now. So what does it do? It's literally your Copilot sitting next to you, helping make sure your syntax and your code is right, suggesting things for you. It is moving the ball forward in that respect. They saw people doing that and they went, oh, that's what y'all are doing? We'll leave him literally on the side of your screen constantly so you can reference to him, moving the ball forward. So that is super cool. I'm actually looking forward to using that more in the enterprise space. In my world, it's slowly coming more and more. It hasn't come to fruition yet because we're in a qualified environment. You can't just throw everything at it because you'll get in trouble. But they're slowly bringing that to our use case as well, and I think it's unbelievably cool, and I'm looking forward to it. But I guess before we get out of here,
I will
let everyone get their bars. Really fast, Go ahead, Umbra. Yes, Infinite Umbra, I want you to get your bars off. I want you to tell the people what you think. Like we've talked about all the aspects of it, the FUD, the stuff where it'll benefit the consumer, the places where it might be detrimental to work or whatever. To you, do you think that in the next 5 years we're still having this conversation, or it's one of those things of, hey, remember back when we used to have those studios that had like 300 people? Now it's like 15 people, and we're still getting the same games. It's amazing. Where do you think we fall?
I would say within 5 years, I don't think it's going to be evolved enough. Maybe 10, I think. But to the question that was originally asked about. Yeah, I guess about people being left behind. And things like that. You look at something like Charles Darwin spoke, and he said, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is one that is most adaptable to change. And I think much like, and I'm going to throw this to hip hop, much like hip hop is a younger man's sport typically. Typically, the older MCs, although we see them as legends, they get left behind. Unfortunately, hip hop is very unique like that.
Hey. Nas says, "Hey, stop it." What you talking about?
But as much as I love Nas, as much as I love Jay-Z and all of them, they're not currently like relevant. You know what I mean? They're always legendary. Always legendary.
Hey,
better
man.
than anybody we hear.
Hey man,
today.
I'm sorry, but
I'm just put out an album. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you that's just because they don't know what the hell they talking about. These young cats out here. #youngins.
These young whippersnappers.
The mumble rap, they ain't gonna last.
They don't know nothing about no hot potato.
Yeah. But because of that, I look at this kind of the same way when it comes to technology. And I think if they don't adapt and they don't move forward with it, then they're going to find people who do. And I think, it's going to be those who can move forward. In hip hop, for instance, Drake is that one who can move forward. Drake has been doing his thing since the mid 2000s, and he's still been the top of the game, right? Now we don't care.
Go ahead, Graybeard. Go ahead. I hear Everborn song seething in the background.
I heard the grumbling. I heard it.
Listen, just hearing those words from him just really kind of like
heart,
I get it. I
feel like I'm about to have a heart attack over here. Go ahead.
And I get it because Drake is not my favorite or anything. Like I don't hate the man or anything, but he's not my favorite. But he knows how to adapt and move forward, and he will adapt other people's
people's
style, and he'll do all of that. So I feel like I feel like, and because of that case, I think technology wise, when you have this right here with AI and things of that, people are going to have to be malleable, and they're going to have to be adapt to that and move forward. Or I think the case will be that they get left behind, unfortunately.
I will say I appreciate the fact that none of the musicians on this stage just said anything about Lil Nas X. We'll move that one on. Come on.
I would say this though: the majority of hip hop today is absolute doo-doo chunks. Garbage. But then you get these jewels, right? You get these jewels like Coast Contra, who are like their style is old school hip hop that we remember from like late 90s, early 2000s, but there are younger cats that adapt it in a way where like the younger generation can feel it. And I like pushing up those groups like that and artists like that. Like all four of those dudes could rap circles around 99% of the hip hop game right now. But of course, they're lesser known, and then your, little whatever. I can just put a word.
The Luls.
The Luls. All the Luls. You know what I'm saying? Except for Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne's cool, but the rest of the Luls,
Before we go too #graybeards on this and start losing the youngins in the crowd, Mr. Marchi, let me ask you final thoughts on it, right? We're on the cusp. You're knee deep in the day-to-day of AI. Where do you see us in the next 5 to 10 years, sir?
I do think in 5 years, when you walk into an Epic Games or a studio owned and about to be destroyed by EA. Sorry, did I say that? About to be bought and sold by
disgruntled employee, real quick. Yeah.
Tell the truth, though. Tell the truth.
I mean, you don't have to work there to know about this shit. This is public. That's what they do. I do think you'll see people that have to. We were just talking about adapt or die, basically. There's going to come a moment, especially for people that are really on that development team, that are artists, that are writers, that are coding, to wake up and understand that, hey, technology evolves. And just because, if it wasn't called AI, if it was called, it could have been called Toaster. If this was called Toaster, nobody would be upset.
But because it's AI, that is the whole point I've been making. Jobs. The whole point of making this whole show, it's because the sheeple already know what AI is, and that is a bad connotation. And now you're trying to make AI a good thing in people's minds. It ain't working. Call it super autocomplete. Find another sexy name, and no one will care.
Call it anything but AI, and people will just
and no one will care.
This is just another tool my manager said I should check out.
That's it.
So I think 5 years, when you walk in, you'll see that concept artists do their work 3 times faster. You'll have developers who will have like the co-pilots. Well, we already do pair programming, but now you have one that's with you all the time, and you throw your code. Maybe when you do a merge request or when you ask for a code review, sometimes it's actually Lisa doing it or John doing it, and sometimes it's whatever the name of this tool is doing it, and be like, hey, I can already see that historically speaking, that generally leads to these results. So you may want to look at that before submitting your merge request. I just think that it won't be as crazy. Back in the days, we thought we'd have flying cars by now. I just went to put my winter tires on. Nothing changed. So, okay, we have electric cars and hybrids, but that's a good analogy. People think we'll have flying cars. Yeah. But and that those won't be driven by anyone. We have hybrids, and you still have to drive yourself. So 5 years from now, I hope it's more games, and I hope that people adapt, and it doesn't lead to any like massive layoffs.
Yeah. See, it should be like called augmentative GDP or game development.
Yeah, something that is not that the average person can't get upset about.
If everyone knows it by its Hollywood connotation, you've already lost the thread trying to call it that. That's just dumb. That's my whole point that I've been saying since the beginning.
That's like saying, hey guys, we're gonna throw a '90s R&B party, and everybody's like, yeah. And the main artist we're gonna play is R. Kelly. Oh, Like,
you know what I mean? He can be called anything else, but you call him Kels, and people gonna hold their kids.
Kels,
you know what I'm
Kels, yeah, like the Pied Piper, they don't care. The second you say R. Kelly, doesn't matter if it's the English right? So, that's
the deal. That's the deal. All right, man. Mr. Everborn Saga, give us your final screed, if you will. 5-10 years from now, how you feel? Where are we with this?
There will be a music artist called Little Doodoo, and he will win best new artist.
Not Little.
And he will be
stop. Lil Doodoo.
Yes.
Little Doodoo chunks.
Right.
Lil Doodoo.
And all his music will be entirely AI generated, and everyone will love it. But on a serious note, I was saying to OBM in the chat, do we not push forward with the automobile because the horseshoe maker and the stagecoach driver are concerned with their jobs, right? That's really what we're talking about here. So I think that we can evolve the tool, and I can give you one example very quickly of how I use the tool. I wanted to create a projectile that bounces, right? Now I said, ChatGPT, can you do this for me in Unity, right? It knew the language of Unity. It made that script. I applied that script to the code I was already using. It wasn't perfect, but then I had to tweak it from there. But I didn't have to think about all that math to have this gaming functionality work. And so, but I did have the bones of what I needed, and something that would have taken me a very long time to figure out the arc and the sine and cosine of how something should bounce on the floor. It helped me with that.
All of that.
It's something I was able to do in one day instead of what maybe would have taken a week of just trying to figure things out.
I guess what you're saying there, Mr. Everborn Saga, is we need to expect a show where Everborn Saga is prompt engineering and creating a game through prompt engineers.
But it's not about all prompt engineering. You still have to do a lot of thinking
and tweaking, obviously.
You gotta do stuff.
Tweaking, Yeah, absolutely. So, but it does allow for more people to get in the game if that was the divide that they couldn't traverse, right?
Right. And I think it is better that more people have a lower barrier of entering the gaming industry and becoming creative. And yes, just like hip hop is going to lead to a lot of trash because anybody could make music now, but you're also going to get some really talented people that otherwise would have had to deal with the previous gatekeepers. And to my mind, that is a net positive for society.
Of course it is.
That's where I will
because
and of course, yeah, because the guy that's an indie developer, of course he feels this way.
Damn right.
You know, this is what I'm saying. He's totally self-serving
exactly.
in this conversation.
You are completely biased, sir. I love it, but you are.
I don't hide
it. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
No, it's
and neither should little doodoo chunks when he drops that platinum album, right?
Getting tickled in the back.
That's all AI generated. Getting tickled in the back. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, on that note,
new album because hey, look, back in the day, that's the only way to get big was to get tickled in the back room, man.
Ivory's going.
All right. We have ruined the show.
I'm saying it's still happening today.
Hey, shoot, man, you want to get on the radio? You better get the tickling. Well, you better. You
want to make it big, don't you?
What if
the
AI
ask you how you feel about getting tickled? You better say yes.
Oh my god. We're done, ladies and gentlemen. We went from PG-13 to R to like wherever we are now. It's over. It's a wrap.
NC-17.
You started it, bro.
Clearly, I did. I apologize.
I don't know why they sound like Arthur in my head, but yeah.
So you know what? Let us leave it there. I will say thank you guys so much for being here for what we consider this is a grown folk conversation. Yes, #graybeards on here having a grown folk conversation. You know, we won't solve world hunger here, but we will give voice to all manners and all people are represented here. We think all these opinions are valid, right? Except for Everborn Saga, who thinks if you're not diversifying your portfolio, then You just trash.
Am I
get the hell
wrong?
out of here.
But am I wrong? I'm right.
You deserve nothing. You deserve to be you deserve to be homeless, and you deserve
what you kill. That's how it works.
Yes, you eat what you kill. Yes, that's right. Everborn Saga, thank you for being here. You are the co-host, but on this show, this episode, I'm gonna let you get the first outro, sir. Tell the fine people where they can keep up with all your ongoings and more conversations about the Everborn Saga, sir.
The answer to all those questions is Everborn Saga, whether it's Everborn Saga on X or Facebook or Instagram or Xbox, PlayStation, or Steam, but most importantly, everbornsaga.com, where you can see the comics. And we are launching a new book in January. That's when the Kickstarter is going to go live for Ariel's Adventure Chapter 2.
Yeah, so you better get read up. If you forgot the story, I need to redo from the start because I want to be fresh for the new episode. You
got to be fresh. We got a whole big production cycle going. So we were very slow this year, but Ariel's Adventure is coming. Chapter 2 is coming in January, and then every 3 months we're going to try to do a book for 2024.
I need to see the game playable here, sir. I need to see the game playable right here.
Yeah, I know. I got to stop playing games and get back to making them. But 2023 was one of those years.
Understood.
So,
Mr. John Connors.
But last thing I want to leave everybody with is use what you got to get what you want.
Wow. Okay. All right, I'll leave that one alone.
It's got really dark really fast in here. Okay.
John Connors, sir, the one man who's holding the line against all this AI craziness that's coming after us. Sir, where can people keep up with all your ongoings? Tell the fine people about DPS and the great work you and your other co-hosts do there, and where people can keep up with all that stuff.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I just, of course, I love the joy and I love intelligent conversation. So, of course, I'm having fun in the chat, and I'm changing my name, everything on the panel, but it's all in jest. I just love to have a great conversations and present all sides, which is the reason why I wanted to join. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do that. And to get back to being slanderous for a moment, Forte, my co-host, who hosted the last DPS podcast last Thursday. Of course, he screwed some things up technically, but it's all right. We had a great time regardless. But no, go check that out on Forte's channel, as well as the Damage Per Second podcast YouTube channel as well. And tonight on the Ash and Luca's podcast, I will be there with the Ash and Luca, with Gaming Forte, with Def Singer, and we're gonna have a great time. It's called Scumcast, and we do usually it's like half gaming, half like relationship talk, real world kind of conversation kind of stuff. So come on through. I promise, you won't get slandered or insulted too much. It'll be a little bit of it, but not too much. But it'll be a good time. And again, as usual, hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Play some games for once, and yeah.
For once, he says, get out them streets, stop pressing the doom scrolling, and go play some games. Infinite AI, absolutely. Sir. Where can the fine people keep up with all of your ongoings, where you play these games and give them review scores that people can actually trust?
Absolutely. I mean, you find me on 3 different podcasts right now. I just put a link for my show, The Fix, which is on Thursdays at 8 o'clock.
Excellent show. A show that rivals the starting music of mine, I will say, because you gotta have that start. That bump gets you going. Oh, I love that intro music. Well done. Oh, yes. Man.
I found that brother. I was like, I got to get you to make this intro for me.
Real good. I love it.
But yeah, myself and Daniel McGee, we hosted on, he's my co-host. We hosted on Thursdays at 8 o'clock. It's a really tough day because we got so many great content creators and people in the community who host shows around that time too. So, but I appreciate everybody who comes through to support us. Tuesdays at 12 o'clock Eastern, it is Boom's podcast, the Xbox Factor. I'm on there with myself, Daniel McGee, C Money, who I'm sure some of you all know. Really great show as well. And Fridays, 8 o'clock Eastern, the Xbox Infinite podcast with Risky for the Biscuit, myself, Jedi Knight Peter, and that blue number, Holly. So yeah, we're a full schedule here. After this, I have later on tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, I have PTK Blam's show. Yeah. the Shop podcast, yeah. And that's with of course him, Pong Soul, and Fuzzy Belvedere. So I'll be appearing on there tonight. I'm going to probably play a little bit of Max Payne 3, oddly enough, before and hit the bed for a second. But I do want to shout out Shane Bailey, who was he ran that Game on Cancer what's the charity and helped to run it.
The charity stream.
Sure you guys saw. He's also ex Ubisoft. He worked, I believe, and such like that. Well, I don't believe. So I wanted to shout this out because on the 25th of this month, they're doing a Halo 2 tabletop read, and I said, "Hey, brother, I got to get in on this." So I told him, "Hey, I want to get in on this." They're going to do a live stream of it, and we're going to be reading the lines. And he said, "Hey, would you?" I said, "Hey, can I get in this?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I guess listening to my voice profile, he was like, could you do, some of the brutes?" And I didn't take it. I didn't take it offensive now, because I
was thinking the Arbiter.
I told him the Arbiter.
Arbiter. I'm thinking Avery Jackson. Come on, what are we talking about here?
You already know. What was it? What's his name? Atrocitus.
All you have to do is say, "Oh, I know what the ladies like." I'm saying, come on, it writes itself. What are we doing?
Hoorah! So so I'm going to be voicing a few of the characters.
Excellent, that's awesome, bro.
I can't wait to do it. I love it. So
that's great.
We plan on having fun. So I'll make sure to advertise, and hopefully you guys can come through and check.
Hell yeah, we'd love to check that out. That's amazing. That's great. We want more voice work for Infinite Umber. Let's do this. That's great. That's excellent.
Oh, and a big thank you to you guys for bringing me on, having me here with you. It was an excellent conversation today. We went on longer than I did. This past show was 3 hours and 22 minutes for me on the fix this past week. We passed that up today, so really good show.
No matter what I do to make the show shorter, it just keeps getting longer, and I just have I'm just gonna go with it. Pause. I'm just gonna go with it.
I was like, "You good?"
And finally, making his triumphant return, my brother. It's been too long. We haven't chatted. We chat from time to time. I hope you're doing well. Tell the people. Well, you're not really out there in them socials all day. But how people keep up with your stuff? Maybe LinkedIn? I don't know. How are people keeping up with your stuff?
Yeah, I'm more of a LinkedIn guy. I'm always busy working and trying to develop my leadership skills. I also support, in the gaming industry. Unfortunately, it's still a relatively young business, and it's like Hollywood and like every entertainment industry. People get laid off like all the time. I know stories of companies that they'll put together a team, and then literally on the release day or after the release day let like 90% go and just keep 10% just to keep the live ops going. So I think there's been over 7,000 layoffs in gaming this year, which is like an insane amount of people, and luckily people find jobs again, and it's like cyclical. Then when more games get made and all of a sudden they need people again. But I do spend my time helping job seekers and giving them tips and getting on calls with them, because people are asking like, "Hey, how can I get back in the industry? How can I get into the industry, or how can I find a new job in the industry?" And I've landed jobs at a lot of big companies, so I'm more of a LinkedIn guy. If you want to find me, I'll write my name. Yes. I'll write my name in the chat. You can find me on LinkedIn. Please. Reach out if you ever have questions about the industry or getting into the industry, or anything else. So it's good to connect, man. This podcast is lit. It's dope.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you now see my Voltron connected. I see you in the chat, Pixelbit G, and I got Everborn Saga here. I got Marshawn Olu in the spot as well. One Day Black-owned game studio. Just saying. I'm sorry. Just put it out into the ether. Just right there. We got all the divides. You got infrastructure. You got DevOps. You got the producers. The whole it's there.
Narrative, writing, art.
We got it. You say it.
And then we got the help of AI.
I can draw.
We got the help of AI. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we got voice talent on the show. We got voice talent. I'm just saying.
I also dabble in art too. I can draw a bit.
And the man knows how to draw. I've seen some of your work, sir. Yes, he knows what he's doing when it comes to putting pen to paper. So there you go.
That's the goal. Black owned. No offense to anyone in the chat, but Black owned and
yes, and we have the lore master and the code master and Pixelbit G. He's also in them DMs right now. I'm just saying, I'm putting it into the ether. I'm just putting it out there, and hopefully it comes back and we find ourselves in a unique situation. But before we get out of here,
You mean
Thank
getting
you so
acquired
much
by
to the very
Microsoft?
last. And you know what I'm saying? Get that bag. I'm just saying.
Exit strategy, baby.
Spartan661 with a $2 super chat. Thank you. He says, imagine devs with no crunch and gamers get games. I think we'll leave it there.
That's what these little tweeter birds should be thinking about.
Right? Imagine that. And I think that's a beautiful, wonderful place that we leave it on. You know, I say, don't let this 4 hour and 30-minute podcast like this dissuade you. There's still a lot more to watch out there. There's still a lot more conversation to be had. Let the fine people know we sent you. Thank you guys so much for checking us out. And we'll see y'all next week.
Peace. Keep my AI's name out your motherfucking mouth.
Nice to be in orbit.